Good morning, everyone. Please mute your microphone. Okay. Let's start our meeting. First of all, I will introduce myself. My name is Subhi Abu Shaheen. I'm the Dean of Student Affairs at Beirut Arab University. I'm the contact person of the elegant Erasmus Plus project, Emerging Trends in ICT Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Education and Industrial Perspectives. This webinar is in the framework of this project. I will start by a welcome speech on behalf of Beirut Arab University. Then I will speak about the project itself, and then about our program, what will be included in this webinar. And after that, we will start our different sessions of the webinar. So, good morning, everyone, again. Dear guest speakers, dear representative colleagues from partner institutions from Lebanon, from Jordan, from Europe, from the coordinating institutions, University of Dubrovnik in Croatia. Dear all guests and attendees, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to welcome you all to BAU, hoping it has to be physical, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we are using the virtual tools through Team platform for the opening of the webinar on Emerging Trends in ICT Entrepreneurship and Innovations, Educational and Industrial Perspectives of, as I said, our Erasmus Plus project, Enhancing Teaching, Learning, and the Graduate Employability through University Enterprise Cooperation, Elegant. I would like first to thank the European Union for its effort to support and finance this Erasmus Plus project, and welcome you all participants, and thank us again to the project coordinator, the University of Dubrovnik. Beirut Arab University, BAU, is committed since its foundation to promoting quality education. We continuously look to improve the academic and administrative services, of course, including the employability of graduates and enhancement of curricula as the objective of this project, and consistently upgrading this service to conform with international standards in line of this project also. In this regard, we obtained many international accreditation, institutional accreditation, as well as from Germany, as well as accreditation of most of our programs. I can state, for example, all engineering programs where the engineering faculty is highly involved in this project. All the programs are accredited from ABIT. Similarly, the computer science. Also, the faculty of dentistry from Europe, the faculty of business and law from Europe, also the faculty of pharmacy from Canada, and so on, and the physical therapy from WCPT and some other programs from Germany. At the same time, BAU relevant strategic objectives are in line with the project objective. That's why we are partner in this project. Like, for example, gathering an university graduate in Lebanon and abroad to enhance employability, helping graduate to organize their relation with the professional order and union, encouraging students, graduates to cooperate with each other in terms of unifying existing goal and help new graduate to find the suitable job, which is related directly to the employability, studying the labor market and pursuing opportunity for a job available outside Lebanon, supporting graduate also morally, culturally, socially, and developing their energy. And I think this one of the objective in enhancing the curricula related to this project. Ladies and gentlemen, with the attendance, of course, of specialists, all the speakers and the people with different background, for sure we will have more beneficial idea experiences. Best practice will be shared also at this webinar. So I look forward to see positive outcomes, hoping, from this event, and I hope also, will you enjoy your virtual, usually we say, your stay, but now our webinar, and every one of us he can take his own coffee at his office only alone, hoping in the near future we can hold physical meeting. Okay. Thank you. So now I will start with our project. As I said, the project is this webinar is a series of webinars. The first two was one about employability and one about artificial intelligence, were held by our the partner university, Modern University of Business and Science, MUBS, and coordinated by our colleague Dr. Bassem Al-Qaisi. And the third webinar was on cybersecurity on November 25th, and this is the fourth one on emerging trends in ICT for entrepreneurship and innovation, educational and industrial perspective. I introduced myself, no need. What are the objectives of the elegant project, Erasmus Plus? To improve teaching and learning in partner university, to enhance the employability of graduates, as I said, and of course to create conditions for applied research cooperation and knowledge transfer between a partner higher education institution and enterprises. And we have that already, and we started to enhance the activities through this project. The specific objective is to stimulate the development of an enterprise cooperation culture at partner university, as I'm saying, to develop new forms of industry-oriented education by establishing industry liaison offices at BAU, Beirut Arab University. We have already alumni and career office, so this office will be directly related to this alumni and career office for arranging placement for student in company and involving company manager in lecturing and mentoring student project. And as concentration to improve the ICT curricula, for example, at our case, relevant to computer engineering and computer science, and of course, to upgrade the capacity of academic and technical staff and equipment of partner university through study visit to EU partner university. But unfortunately, due to the pandemic, these visits are postponed, and we have now virtual visits. And of course, to strengthen the internationalization of partner country university. The partner of this project, University of Dubrovnik, is the coordinator. Staffordshire University from UK, University Politecnica di Marche from Italy, and Psycho Global from Portugal. From Jordan, we have 4 institutions. The screen, okay, no, okay. So the screen is shared, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. So the partner universities, as I said, 4 institutions from Jordan: Princess Sumaya University of Technology, Jordan University of Science and Technology, Al Balqa University, and the Information and Communication Technology Association. And from Lebanon, Beirut Arab University, Modern University of Business and Science, and Syndicate of Computer Science in Lebanon. As I said, this is the 4th webinar, and 3 other webinars were held before, virtual webinar, yes. The webinar aim for this webinar for the entrepreneurship and innovation. This event, please mute your microphone, excuse me. Please mute microphone. So this event features webinars on emerging trend in information and communication technology for entrepreneurship and innovation. The event comprises 3 main tasks and panel discussion. The tracks are digital transformation and entrepreneurship in education, and innovation and technology. The event is part, of course, as I said, of the Elegant project. For the entrepreneurial ecosystem for ICT in education, we have many topics: design thinking, business, etc. So to avoid any delay, I will start with the first session, which is the digital transformation and entrepreneurship. This first track on entrepreneurial ecosystem for ICT education, it includes, as I said, topics on design thinking, business, didactic, innovation, communication and creative technology, entrepreneurship, startup, entrepreneurship in ICT, internet and the new media in entrepreneurship. We have 4 presentations, I think. The first one by Dr. Hashim Hussain, which is entrepreneurship and innovation in a digital economy. Dr. Hashim Hussain, he is the head UNIDO Investment and Technology Promotion Office. Currently, Dr. Hashim Hussain is the head of United Nations Industry and Development and Organization, Investment and Technology Promotion Office in the Kingdom of Bahrain, and the Arab International Center of Entrepreneurship and Investment. He is also the Executive Director of World Entrepreneur Investment Forum, appointed as an international ambassador for social corporate responsibility, the Secretary General of the Maritime Continental Skills Entrepreneur Alliance, and the elected Vice Chairman of the Maritime Continental Skills Road City. He is also founding member of the Islamic Creative Economy and a board member of MENA Investment Center of Bahrain, which is supported in the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. He has rich experience in the field of industrial development, investment and technology promotion, MSME development through innovation entrepreneurship for the past 30 years. He is a strong international advocate for women economic empowerment, holds a PhD honors in international law from the University of Nantes, France. Bonjour, de la France, and obtained a doctoral research program from the University of Maryland at College Park Center of International Development and Conflict Management, Maryland, USA, in the year of 1989. He has worked at various levels in different countries around the world toward internationalization. So, Dr. Hashim, the floor is yours. You have 12 to 15 minutes, 12 minutes. Please, the floor is yours. You can start. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Are we going to speak Arabic or English?
It's preferable to speak in English because we have some people from Europe.
Done. It gives me... Done.
Yes.
Shukran. It gives me a great pleasure to be with you today in this international conference, which we are organizing with the Beirut Arab University. Our history and our partnership with Beirut Arab University, it's now, I believe, we're in our 4th or 5th year, where we're trying to make Beirut Arab University to be one of the universities in Lebanon and in the Arab region to boost innovation and entrepreneurship through universities. But also, of course, we're looking and we're sharing the experiences of other universities in the region and beyond. For example, we are going to have Dr. Dina Bilal from the University of Khartoum, which is one of the oldest and most prestigious universities in whole Africa. It was established in 1898 in Sudan, and as a college, and then officially it was inaugurated in 1902. The importance in Sudan and University of Khartoum, where with the support of the Islamic Development Bank, we developed one of the first technopoles or innovation centers in the Arab region within a university premises. The funding came from the Islamic Development Bank. It was about $30 million to develop the laboratories, to develop all the infrastructure. Our role was supposed to provide the soft infrastructure, which means the soft skills, how we train the faculty staff from the deans, all the deans of the different colleges and schools, the medicine, pharmaceutical, engineering, agriculture, to be part of that center of innovation and entrepreneurship. Also, with Turkey, we have developed UNIDO in 1990, the first incubator to be within a university. This, at that time, even in the United States, they didn't have that system. But it was in the American university, which is called the Middle East University in Ankara, to develop the first incubator. This incubator, it has been developed by UNIDO in support of GOSCEP. GOSCEP is the SME Development Fund of Turkey. In 7 to 10 years, this incubator became the largest science and technology park in Turkey. Today, this model has been replicated in Turkey, and they have 70 science and technology parks all over Turkey, but all developed into innovation and entrepreneurship. I'm just citing this quick examples that within the premises of the Beirut Arab University and the faculty staff, we are thinking that there could be developing a board between the different universities in Lebanon to boost innovation and entrepreneurship. Why? Because Lebanon, of course, traditionally and historically, when we look into Lebanon vis-a-vis the Arab countries, we always see Lebanon as a country of innovation and creativity. You know, of course, this dates back to the Venetian times, but all over the years, always the Lebanese human resources, they have shown creativity and innovation. What is lacking the systematic process of innovation and entrepreneurship, and this will only come through education, of course, at university, but also it has to be at the school level, from primary to secondary to high schools. I believe the steps now being taken by Beirut Arab universities to develop a center of entrepreneurship and innovation within the university premises and with the support of the faculty staff, and then of course with the holistic approach of the ecosystem in Lebanon, being also in the area of Iqlim al-Kharroub, where we are developing the first agropole in the Arab region with the support of the Arab Organization of Agriculture Development and a number of stakeholders in Lebanon. Beirut Arab University is one of them. The Central Bank, Kafalat, the Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and the private sector and IDAL, also they are partners in this new initiative of a technopole, a full technopole or an agropole, which mainly is going to serve small farmers to farm, but with modern technology, and then processing of the agricultural products with research labs, with the university, with an infrastructure, and with private sector participation, and of course, a number of entrepreneurs. So, I think this to show the potentiality of the Beirut Arab University in boosting innovation and entrepreneurship. We're also very privileged that they have adopted our model. This model of enterprise development and investment promotion, which is called and known by the Arab Bahrain model. It is also adapted through the League of Arab, Jamaat al-Dawla al-Arabiya, and the Arab Union of Chambers and Commerce and Industry and Tourism, and the Arab Banking Union. Both of them, of course, are headquartered in Lebanon, and we have several programs with them to boost innovation and entrepreneurship. So, taking this holistic approach of an ecosystem from the local partners and the regional institutions, mainly the Arab Union of Chambers of Commerce and Industry and Tourism, which is the advocacy or the advocate of the private sector in the Arab region, and the Arab Union of Banking, of banks, which mainly they are now working in bringing best models and best practices for financial inclusion in the Arab region, again, working with our model on financial and non-financial services. So I would like to thank again, Dr. Umar, the president of Beirut Arab University, and Mr. Ali, the director of the Innovation Entrepreneurship Center, and the whole team for providing us the opportunity to work with them in Lebanon and then in the Arab countries and then globally to bring the best practices to boost innovation and entrepreneurship. I have my colleague, Mr. Afif Barhoumi, who is the director and the coordinator of the Arab Regional Center for Entrepreneurship and Investment. It happens to be also he's from Lebanon, and his father, Mohammed, he's also a board member of the Beirut Arab University. Well, but you know, the way it's working, not because his father is in the board, because he believes in entrepreneurship and he believes in innovation, and he is an international expert when it comes to innovation entrepreneurship. He has been touring the world from Africa to Latin America to Asia, of course, the Arab countries, to promote and to boost innovation entrepreneurship. So, yes, he's from Lebanon, but he's a guru, and he's one of the few, I would say, international experts, not only on a region but worldwide, when it comes to boost innovation entrepreneurship. Afif, the floor is yours.
Yeah, can you just Sabah al-Khair. Good morning, everyone.
Come.
We have a presentation that we shared. It will be operated from your side or from our side. Share it. Yeah. Can we, Dr. Subhi, can we share? Okay.
Yes, but
so.
Excuse me, I have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. So you will click the slide, or we will click it from here? Okay. Dr. Subhi, can you just give us some feedback? Nahna, we will click from here, or you're sharing it?
Who share? You share. If you share the presentation, you can click. If you share, please start.
Okay, have we click? We click. Can you click this? Okay. So since I only have 5 minutes, I will do my best to skip a few slides. I will not cover mainly important issues. This is the general agenda. The first slide, the COVID and the fourth digital revolution. These are some statistics and international studies on the COVID, post-COVID activities and digitalization. What is key from this slide is that the world have moved 5 years into the digitalization. Yani, what we expected to reach today, we are fast forwarded by 5 years. And this puts a lot of pressure on entrepreneurs. It puts a lot of pressure on universities to act fast in adopting the digitalization economy. نحن مكتب اليونيدو, we are UNIDO Investment Promotion Office, and we are part of a network, and we try to promote innovation, technology, and investment within these countries and around the world. In 2012, we launched a study with ASQA just to assess the issue of promoting investment and looking into the future of the Arab region for the next 30 years at the time. So we did a study on 5 countries: Bahrain, Lebanon, Egypt, Jordan. And then we realized that most of the Arab countries have a weak entrepreneurship culture. Unfortunately, and I can say this, and I'm not talking only about Lebanon, I'm talking generally across the Arab region, the educational system, exceptions, there are very good examples, but still, in general, the educational system from the school level all the way to the university graduates the best employees. It does not graduate the best entrepreneurs, although many universities in the region now are starting to move into entrepreneurship, maybe for the past 5, 6, or maybe 10 years. But generally speaking, this is the culture we have realized. Another thing is that the Arab region needed 100 million jobs by 2015, and this is very clear by the Arab Spring. There are no specialized programs at the time to promote entrepreneurship development, and there were no special institutions that would support entrepreneurs. It was mainly focused towards SMEs on the traditional way of doing things. So we started developing our own modalities, and we developed the Arab International Center for Entrepreneurship. I'm not going to go what the center does, but the center mainly works on two levels. On the institutional level is that we try to support institutions to develop, to better be geared towards supporting entrepreneurs and MSMEs in the region. And we work on the entrepreneurial level, where we help the entrepreneurs start and grow and expand their businesses. The modality we conceptualized in 2001 as the Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion Program, or which is internationally known today as the Bahrain model, is currently implemented in 52 countries around the world from our region, from our center in Bahrain. The modality works in a way that we develop local centers in each of the host countries, and then we develop the local team, the local capacities, and then we do some kind of monitoring to these centers. Our modality is pre-incubation, so there has to be a lot of services before you incubate the entrepreneur, starting with capacity building, business counseling and mentorship, and then financial linkages. And then we have an incubation phase where entrepreneurs either go into a virtual incubator or a virtual incubator, a physical one or a virtual. And now we've been working a lot heavily on developing accelerators. And then step 5 is post-incubation. This is where entrepreneurs start to grow and expand their businesses. And we provide a lot of services when it comes to the growth, from franchising, partnerships, market access, and all of you. Doctor, if you can just give me 2 minutes, please. Just 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay.
This is our global network. This is where we are today. This is where we are today in 52 countries around the world. We develop ecosystems for the development of entrepreneurs. Last 2 slides, this is one of them. We run the Arab Entrepreneurship and Innovation Rally Competition 2019. We run it every year. This is the first prize winner. His name is Waddah Mala'ib from Lebanon. He won $50,000 through our program. And now he competed 2 weeks ago in Stars of Science in Qatar. And he won first prize of $300,000. So this is a competition we run on all Arab universities. We're planning one for 2021, which will be also held as part of the Dubai Expo. The last slide, we have developed an entrepreneurship and innovation in 2018 in Shenzhen, which is, I don't know if some of you know Shenzhen. Shenzhen is the fastest growing city in the world. 90% of the robots around the world are manufactured in Shenzhen. We have developed a center for them to promote entrepreneurship. And what we're taking from them is to bring innovation to the Arab region and linking students and entrepreneurs together. This is the International Youth Innovation Conference that we hold every year. This is the last one, 2019. 2020, we're having it next week, and it will be done all virtual. We look forward to the 2021 version, which will be held in Shenzhen, inshallah, COVID permits. And we usually take a delegation of 50 to 60 students, entrepreneurs from the Arab region and the world who go and look into the new technologies currently available in Shenzhen, and they develop partnerships with entrepreneurs from China. Thank you very much. I would have talked much more, but due to time constraints, this is what has been allocated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation and your contribution, and hoping, of course, we can cooperate in the near future. Excuse me, colleague, anyone would like to ask any question? I think through conversation, we don't have enough time. We have to start the next with the next presentation, Digital Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Dr. Samer Al-Masri, Digitization Company. Professor Samer Al-Masri received his PhD from IMPG France and Institut National Polytechnique de Grenoble, I think. J'étais là aussi. He worked with the NTT in Japan for 4 years. He worked in Australia at universities and industry for 10 years. Dr. Al-Masri was a professor for 5 years at KSU, Saudi Arabia with 130 research paper, and then worked at General Electric for 4 years leading digital. Prof. Al-Masri is a well-known digital expert helping large company in the region, and he is the founder of digitalization. Dr. Al-Masri, the floor is yours. You can start. You have 12 minutes for your presentation. Excuse me for the time. Please, the floor is yours. You can start. Professor Al-Masri. Dr. Masri? Dr. Ali, you are hearing me?
Yes, I hear you. Yes.
Where is Professor?
Hello.
Hello,
Can you
Dr.
hear
Samir.
me?
Yes, Dr. Samir. Yes, Dr. Samir. Yes.
Okay, perfect. You will share the slide or I share it?
No, please share your slide.
Okay.
Share your slide.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay. Sure. Perfect. You can see it.
Okay.
You can see it.
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Okay. Great. Perfect. Thank you again. I will give you a couple of figures in terms of the digital technologies and the impact on digital economy. We heard recently in November that Alibaba, the digital platform, could sell about $75 billion transaction on the single day, just a single day. Comparing to Aramco, the largest oil producer, it can produce or have revenue daily less than $1 billion. So from here, you see the importance of these digital technologies and the impact on digital economy. Apple, as you know, reached $2 trillion, the market capitalization in 2020. IoT will generate about $20 trillion to the world economy by 2030. $20 trillion that equal to the United States GDP. Only IoT technology. Blockchain will generate about $3.1 trillion by 2030. $3.1 trillion equal to all the Arab world economy. Only blockchain. Smart city market will reach 2.5 trillion in 5 years. AI, artificial intelligence, will add to the world economy over $22 trillion, larger than United States economy. All digital technologies, including IoT, AI, blockchain, cloud computing, and so on, will generate about $60 trillion in 2025. $60 trillion represent 2/3 of the current global economy. The current global economy before Corona was about $90 trillion. So the question is, how all these companies, digital company, could generate this huge amount of revenue in a short time, and this growth will grow and grow bigger and bigger. The secret is a digital transformation. This terminology that it is misunderstood by many people around the world, especially in our region, it's a key. If we understand it properly and if we invest properly and work on all the elements, help us to go into this digital transformation that will lead us to transform our organization and our country into digital economy. I created myself this global framework. We call it Matrix. This matrix is an acronym. Every letter of this acronym represents one component of the digital transformation that everybody need to work on and take care on and apply in order to do the digital transformation initiative in the right way. And on the top of those elements is the M, which is the mindset of the leader and the executive of the company that need to have this digital mindset and transformation mindset. Believe in digital and believe in transformation. Believe me, I work with the largest company in the region, and I couldn't find even one single company that has a digital strategy until now. They say that they have, and if you ask them about where is your digital strategy, they tell you the CEO talked about it. Digital strategy need to be for 5 to 10 years, need to be a written document that distributed on everyone, and all the company employee work together, align together to execute this kind of strategy. Some people, they have strategy, and even some country in the region, they have a strategy, but unfortunately, it will never be executed. In order to execute a strategy, we need to build internal capabilities. 3 main capabilities are important. First is a digital transformation management capability, how to transform. Second, innovation capability. And third, digital and technical capabilities. Unfortunately, most of the companies in our region, they rely on vendors. So they don't have knowledge, they don't have a strategy. So the vendors that they want to sell their product, they direct the direction of those companies. We need to change this mindset and build, no matter what our strategy is about. You can have help from vendors, but you need to lead your direction, your strategy, and your vision with the internal capabilities. All activities need to be around customers, the customer pain point, the customer problem. The customer need to value these implementation or some system. And how we can do such a thing? Of course, not only customers, the employees also, where you can empower, and with a new way of doing things, this will create some external value and internal value. Value such as price value, customer experience value, a new product, new services, etc. How we can build such a thing? We build it with innovation. Innovation is a key to any digital transformation. Without innovation, we can't do any digital transformation. Many people believe digital transformation is applying some technology like this from vendors, or they sign a contract from vendor. This is a crucial mistake and killing mistake. We have to have this innovation culture. And we're going to talk about it. What do we mean by innovation? Because also some people, they misunderstand the word innovation and they think it is research, or it's like we can't afford it, etc. We have to be careful with the rule and regulation and policy of the government we are in, the sectors or industry we are in, and also the company regulation and policy and standard. And we have to transform, not to change. Many people, they do digital change, not digital transformation. They apply technologies without a new business model. This is, we call it digital change. In order to digital transformation and succeed in transforming your company into digital company or digital organization to belong to the digital economy, you have to build a new digital business model empowered by digital technology. And this is what the innovation will offer you. So the innovation, how we can do innovation? We need to teach people about this innovation culture. And the key here about like educating people is what we call design thinking, for example. Believe me, many people, they don't know how to think. Believe me, we have this culture to copy and paste. I listen to this, I copy what this person said, or I read this, but we're not raised with this thinking. So we need to change this culture with design thinking. And how we can build this innovation capability within a company? It's a very cheap. It doesn't need to have a lot of money. Whether you are a startup or a large corporate, you have to have this innovation culture. How we can have it? We can just employ one innovation manager. This innovation manager will empower people in order to start doing innovation, will provide education, with hire the right people, and we build a system, kind of application. Everybody can apply or submit idea, not to your manager, because your manager sometimes doesn't like you to succeed. So all these IDs will be selected and chosen by expert committee. And if your idea is selected, we call you and we talk to you and how we can implement it. When you submit this idea, we give you a reward, $10. Don't tell me why $10, because $10, if we give you $1,000 per idea, you don't do anything. You submit 10 IDs per day, and you will have $10 per day, $10,000 per day. $10 because you can submit any idea, could be nothing. But we have to be supported by the HR to push you to submit IDs and implement IDs with your KPI and evaluation at the end of the year. If your idea has been selected and for implementation and the idea is implemented, then what we will do, we have to give you a reward at least 20% of the revenue company earning from this idea. Because if we don't give you 20%, and this is the money here, not only the $10 at the beginning, the 20% or 30% or even 50% revenue, if we don't give you this revenue, next time you have an idea, you will go and build your own company. I worked in Japan for 4 years, and I know one of the secret success factors in Japan is loyalty for the company. And this is not because the employee, they are good people, because the system make them loyal to the company. So as I mentioned earlier, all our innovation need to be around our strategy. If we don't have a strategy and we buy system from here and system from there, this is catastrophic. And this is happening. Actually, I have a lot of examples in the Arab world happening that they waste 10 years of their life by going in the wrong direction without knowledge in the field, without strategy. So we need to innovate around the strategy. We need to innovate around customer pain point and customer value. This is externally and as well as internally to empower our employees by improving in a smart way the operations, the workforce, and building the digital business model I talked about, that it is a key in digital transformation. Without a new digital business model, you are not doing digital transformation, and you are not immune from the tsunami of digital disruption that will remove you completely from business. And this is what happened to Nokia and happened to Toys R Us and Debenham and Kodak and others.
Professor Masih, you have 3 minutes.
Okay.
You still have 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Shukran.
I thought at the beginning it was a 20 minutes, but that's fine. That's fine. So innovation is not restricted to few people in your organization. It's a culture everybody should contribute to. The problem is people think the innovation will come from technical people, but technical people, they are not facing the challenges and the pain point from business. So they don't know your challenges. And you as a business leader, you don't understand technology. So this is a problem. The best thing is to work day by day together. But we have a new strategy now. We believe that innovation comes from business people. This is what we believe, from business people. But we need to empower these business leaders and business people by knowledge about technology and digital technologies, not necessarily programming, but how artificial intelligence and blockchain and other digital technology can help and solve a problem. So when you have a challenge from business, you can think, oh, artificial intelligence or blockchain can help me solve it. You don't need to implement it yourself, but give me the innovative idea and I will bring technical people to implement this idea. This is innovation. This is how it works. Everybody, technical and business leaders, should look at Gartner Hype Cycle and see the trend of all this digital technology. So maybe this is a last slide, or the innovation in corporate and innovation in startups. Some people, they say, and Uber, they were born digital. They are born digital, but if they stop innovating and stop digital transformation, they will disappear. Like Uber investing heavily in a driverless car, because if they don't invest in driverless car, the Tesla company like Tesla that will take over by promoting this driverless car, Uber. But innovating in corporate, of course, digital transformation, innovation in corporate will be harder than a startup. But everybody should continuously doing this digital transformation. Last slide here. Entrepreneurship is about mindset. Look at Muhammad Al-Abbar. Muhammad Al-Abbar is a lesson. Muhammad Al-Abbar is the one who started his business life with cake shop and he failed, and then shoe shop and failed. But he didn't say I don't know business. He built on his failure, on his experience, to be now the chairman of the largest real estate company in the world, $240 billion dirham company. And he invented recently Noon.com was $5 billion initial investment. So he moved from real estate into e-commerce. This is a mindset we talk about. Look at Richard Branson, the founder of Virgin. He said, when I started the entrepreneur, as being entrepreneur, and started my own company, I didn't know how to pronounce entrepreneurship because it's actually a French word. Do we have opportunity? It's a huge opportunity. Do we have a challenge? Because this opportunity in digital world is unique in the 21st century. It's unique in our life. So we have to know first, invest, plan, and execute. Do we have challenges in the region? Of course we do, because we're not in Silicon Valley. We don't have this ecosystem. We don't have a lot of incubators. For example, if we look at Lebanon, in North Lebanon, in entire North Lebanon, we have one incubator in Tripoli, and we are building, I'm very proud of myself, building a new incubator in Akkar region, very old village there. It's the first incubator will be there, and we start in 2 weeks, 50 people in a 3-system, digital technology, solar power, and also a graphic design. So I think that's all. I don't want to talk over time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Masri, and excuse us for the time because we have some delay. And of course, we have your presentation, and many thanks. And hoping, as I said, we have future cooperation among all partners. At the same time, if anyone please would like to ask any question through conversation due to the lack of time. Thank you again, Professor Masri. You can stop your share screen, please. I will share my screen now, so that we will move to the next speaker now. My screen is shared, Ali.
Yes.
Okay. So
no, Dr. Still, Dr. Samir. Yes, it's okay now. It's okay now. Yes, okay now.
Okay. Fine. Yeah. So the next speaker or the next presentation is about ICT innovation and entrepreneurship. It will be done by Dr. Manal Yunus and Dr. Abdul Nasser Qassar. I will add, Dr. Manal Yunus is with us, Dr. Ali? Okay.
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Yes.
So I will present both now, and I will give the floor first to Dr. Manal and then to Dr. Abdul Nasser. Dr. Manal from Lebanese American University is an assistant professor of information technology management. She holds PhD in business administration with concentration in computer information system from the University of Texas Pan American, and MBA and BS and MIS from LAU Adnan Al-Qattar School of Business. She is a member of the Association of Information System AIS, Decision Science Institute, and Trust Group, and she has several peer-reviewed journal and conference publication, and is the recipient of many best paper award from conference and publishing.
Dr.
Bonjour, Dr. Abdel.
Yes.
Please mute your microphone. Excuse me. Bonjour, Dr. Abdel Nasser, ex-colleague at BAU. From Lebanese American University also, is an associate professor at Adnan Al-Qassar School of Business. He holds a PhD in mathematics from the University of Louisiana, Lafayette, and has received the postdoctoral Bridge in Business Program certificate from the university. So you merge both, Dr. Abdel Nasser. With a background in both in mathematics and emerging management, translated into 2 master degrees from University of Louisiana. His research ranges from cryptography to engineering management and is underlying mathematics. His research has been published in recognized journals, including the Journal of Mathematics and Statistics, Global Review of Business and Economic Research, and Business Review Cambridge. Dr. Manal and Dr. Abdel Nasser, the floor is yours, and I think you have 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes for your presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Subhi.
يلا تفضل. Yeah. Okay. Share your screen. You can share your screen.
Is my screen shared?
Not yet. Your screen is not shared yet. If there is a problem, I ask Dr. Abdel Nasser to share his screen, maybe. Dr. Abdel Nasser.
Just a minute.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sharing now. Is it sharing?
One moment. I don't see it.
It's telling me that it's shared.
What's the?
You could send me the presentation and I can share from my computer if you'd like.
Now it's shared, I think.
Okay.
It's okay.
Is that okay? Good.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay, good morning.
Okay, so please, Dr. Manal, you have 15 minutes, you and Dr. Abdel Nasser, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Abdel Nasser Assar and I are glad to be participating in this webinar to share with you the findings and insights we drew from this scholarly work, which we conducted to probe more the relationship between ICT, innovation, and performance, and examine the role that entrepreneurship has in this relationship. In fact, the topic of our paper comes at the core of this conference theme and addresses a gap in the literature pertinent to this research stream. Research over the past 3 decades has shown that organizations initiate corporate entrepreneurship to add to their knowledge in order to have increased revenues, better productivity, higher profitability, and innovativeness. Well, we know that ICT and innovation are considered potentially growth drivers at the economic and social levels. However, it is not the innovation of ICT, as Professor Samir Al-Masri has just mentioned. It's not the ICT adoption. It's what we are doing with this ICT, how we are converting it into something innovative that will make a difference in our organization's performance. So the ICT contribution to the performance of the company, according to the complementarity theory, and as proved by lots of research work and by facts of life, is contingent upon the availability of appropriate resources and capabilities. So we are really interested in examining the role of innovation and entrepreneurship in ICT performance relationship. While innovation was previously examined, entrepreneurship was not appropriately examined in previous literature. As we know, business organizations nowadays are hugely dependent on ICT. And this is very important because ICT provides opportunities for sustainable competitive advantage. However, although ICT is being hugely used and adopted by organizations, we are reading in several surveys and reports by Gartner, by Forrester, by IDC, and others that we have lots of project failures in IT, whether we're talking about cloud computing, ERP, or others. So why is this failure? It is attributed to the lack of the proper means that would really make use of the opportunities provided by the ICT and by innovation and convert them into something operational and important to the company, like sustainable competitive advantage, like higher productivity, like better revenue, better impact in the market. Okay, so The lack of studies integrating the impact of ICT and innovations on performance, taking into consideration the role that corporate entrepreneurship plays in this relationship, was taken into consideration by this research, and we tried to fill this gap by incorporating this very important factor. So the objective of this paper was to develop a framework that would depict and examine the nature of the relationship between ICT use and organizational performance in the Lebanese market, taking into consideration the impact that innovation and corporate entrepreneurship may have on this relationship. Based on this purpose, we derived the following research questions: the relationship between ICT use and ICT-based innovation on one hand, and the firm's performance on the other, the relationship between corporate entrepreneurship and firm's performance, the role that innovation plays in the ICT performance relationship, and the role that corporate entrepreneurship plays in the ICT innovation relationship with organizational performance. The study has drawn on two very important theoretical frameworks. The first one is the dynamic capabilities view. We had to take this into consideration because it applies to dynamic environments marked with rapid change, and because it talks about locating the core competences in the company in order to achieve sustainable competitive advantage. If I'm talking about ICT and innovation as assets, as resources, we are in need for core competencies to make use of these opportunities, of these capabilities, and transform them into competitive advantage. The other framework that we depended on was the theory of innovation translation, and we found it important because we consider innovation as a process. Okay, it's a continuous process, and it is characterized by continuous transformation, and innovation takes place across place and time. Now, while adopting innovation, we have to take into consideration people's reaction to it. Some people may resist it, others may adopt it, sometimes we have to modify it. So this theory, we found it very fit to our research also. So based on this, our conceptual model comes as follows. The ICT and the innovation provide us with lots of opportunities that should be seized by some kinds of means. And this means we took it as corporate entrepreneurship because it can get the best out of ICT, it can get the best out of innovative minds available in the company and convert it into competitive advantage. According to the literature, we had like lots of things related to our research. We found that previous literature supported the ICT contribution to firms' productivity and performance. ICT enhances performance through the innovative use of this digitization. So based on this, we had these hypotheses. ICT and innovation are positively related to organizational performance. ICT use is positively related to innovation, and innovation mediates the relationship between ICT use and performance. The literature also showed the ICT innovation relationship with entrepreneurship. Technology fosters entrepreneurship. Yes, for example, technological innovations such as social media, genetic algorithm, neural networking, blockchain, cloud computing, all of these, augmented reality, they have presented a myriad of opportunities for entrepreneurial organizations to seize and develop. And without corporate entrepreneurship, the innovation capacity or opportunities will not be well exploited or enhanced. So this paves the way to two more hypotheses. ICT is positively related to entrepreneurship, and innovation is positively related to entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship with performance, literature also showed a positive relationship with entrepreneurship and performance, taking into consideration that entrepreneurship is that powerful means, okay, that makes use of technology and derives from it certain ways to enhance competitiveness and the growth. And at the firm level, studies showed a direct relationship between entrepreneurship, and performance. So our seventh hypothesis comes as follows: corporate entrepreneurship is positively related to organizational performance. Okay. Entrepreneurial strategies were also examined by the literature. We know that entrepreneurial strategies represent processes and actions that explore and exploit opportunities, making use of resources in an innovative way so as to achieve added value performance. So these strategies are believed to enable new ways to performance improvement.
Dr. Manal, you still have 7 minutes, and Dr. Abdel Nasser hasn't started yet.
Okay. So these are more hypotheses. Corporate entrepreneurship mediates the relationship between ICT and performance, and also between innovation and performance. This is our research model. As we now talked about the hypotheses, the direct relationships, and we believe that innovation mediates the relationship between ICT and performance, and corporate entrepreneurship mediates the relationship between ICT and performance, and innovation and performance. In order to test this model, we conducted a survey, and we validated the domain content of the research survey by contacting 5 academicians and 2 industry experts. We derived these scales from validated surveys in previous research, and the model was examined through PLS-SEM using smart PLS. These are the items that we used in our questionnaire. We did factor analysis. The factor loadings were really good, and the Cron-Bash alpha was very high. Now I leave the floor to Dr. Abdel Nasser Astar to walk you through the journey of these statistics.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, can you hear me?
Good morning, Doctor.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Subhi. I'm glad to be here, and thank you, Manal, for leaving me only 5 minutes. So I'll try to do my best. Okay. Can you see the screen here?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. So I think I was going through my screen. So this is the sample. The sample was, the data was collected from organizations in Lebanon, from organizations who adopted ICT, responded to the questionnaire. We sent out 850 questionnaires, collected 374, the characteristics of the sample resembles the overall population. So I'm not going to go through this right here. So in our survey, we have 5 parts. In addition to the demographic part, we have a part measuring the ICT usage, another part measuring innovation, but this is a multidimensional measure here. So innovation is a multidimensional construct. Part 3 measuring entrepreneurship, and the last one measuring performance. So these are the items that Manal was talking about. Each subscale was analyzed through factor analysis and reliability analysis. The loadings and the Cron-Bash alpha values were all high, indicating the reliability, the high-scale reliability of the measurement model. Okay, so the next step in the analysis is to analyze the model through the partial least square structural equation modeling using smart PLS. So this is both the outer and inner model. Let's start with the inner model, or the measurement model. The construct reliability and discriminant validity was demonstrated as we have high composite reliability values, well over above 0.5. The average variance extract were over 50%, and the discriminant validity is demonstrated as the AVEs are way higher than the correlation between the constructs. Now, as you notice in the model, we have the outer model factor loadings are all high, and the direct effects of the constructs shown in here will be explained further next. Notice that innovation is reduced to a first order construct by the use of the parceling technique, because this is a multidimensional model. The next step is to look at the calculation of the path coefficients. Bootstrapping was employed, and all direct and indirect effects were significant, except for one, which is the influence of ICT on entrepreneurship. That doesn't mean there is no influence. In fact, this says that ICT influence entrepreneurship through innovation. So we have a full mediation in that case. Also notice that we have a sequential mediation here, ICT through innovation, through entrepreneurship and performance. So overall, the entire model was demonstrated, and the significance of the relationships were demonstrated. As mentioned, H5 was not supported, but that means the effect or the mediating effect is a full mediation. In conclusion, the innovative use of ICT resources and the availability of entrepreneurship orientation through the innovative atmosphere can have an effect on performance. This is particularly important in our situation, in the Lebanese situation. We were able to develop a model that explains how ICT affects performance through both innovation and entrepreneurship. The study has both practical and theoretical implications. The theoretical contribution here is the combined use of the dynamic capability view and the theory of innovation translation to show enhancement of performance through ICT and through ICT-based innovation, and to emphasize the role of entrepreneurship. Lots of practical implications here. The results can be used for managers, technology suppliers, innovation adapters, and innovation managers. So we can go through the implications. Investment in ICT can be demonstrated here that it will lead to high performance, but it must be done through the organizational strategies, directions, missions, and goals. Okay, we showed that innovation is the catalyst in showing how ICT can lead to high performance, and this is in line with the dynamic capabilities. Okay, and we have certain limitations. The sampling was a convenience sampling technique. This is due to our market. The relationship may change. This is due to the nature of the entrepreneurship, and our study did not take into account the behavior factors. So that leads to future recommendation to conduct the study maybe through over time to see the changes in the relationship, and maybe a mixed method in qualitative and quantitative analysis. Okay, so this is it for my side, and thank you all for having us here.
Thank you, Dr. Abdel Nasser, for giving this information within a short time. Really excellent and important information also. You managed.
Yeah.
But please, Dr. Abdel Nasser, send us the presentation to be documented with other representation for the webinar.
Inshallah.
Thanks in advance for this interesting, which combines both the importance of ICT innovation as well as entrepreneurship. So we move now to the stop your screen, Dr. Abdel Nasser, please, and we move now to the next speaker. My screen is shared or not? Okay.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, so yes. I will move now to the next speaker. Mr. Philippe Fares, the presentation about innovation of digital transformation in local governance. Mr. Philippe Fares, Industry GAT Solution Company Lebanon, founder and managing director of this company, with over than 10 years of experience in analyzing, designing, and developing software across the MENA region from a junior software developer to taking part in designing and developing a PACS system for a prestigious hospital in the US, to leading the development of practice one of today's most advanced ERPs in the MENA area. Started GAT Solution SARL, a Lebanese software engineering company with offices in Lebanon, Nigeria, and Sweden. GAT is currently considered as pioneer in the digital transformation of Lebanese local government through a state-of-the-art municipality management system to answer the arising technical needs in the Lebanese municipality. Mr. Faris, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes for your presentation. I will stop my screen. You can start. You can start your screen, please.
Yes, thank you, Doctor, for the introduction, and good morning to everyone on board. First, I would like to ask if my screen is visible because I've shared only my presentation. So does it show on the screen?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So
you have 15 minutes, okay?
Yes, no problem. So since we're limited on time, we have to go fast. And so I'll start by introducing GAT Solutions. GAT stands for Great Solutions, and it's a software engineering company founded early 2014 in Lebanon, and specifically in North Lebanon. And it soon developed to having offices across Nigeria and Sweden. And in Nigeria, currently GAT, what it does is we have invested in a fleet management system. We have invested in a fleet management system for GPS tracking, and we've disrupted the whole industry since we've developed the first fleet management system that is directly linked to an ERP system. And then in 2016, we wanted to assess the market in Lebanese market, and we went through local governments. So to go further into our introduction, and GAT, as I said, is a software engineering company founded and started by me and two other partners. And it's our vision to introduce this digital transformation as exactly described earlier through the webinar. So we had to build our own platform. So we've invested so much in implementing and developing our own GAT platform. So the platform is actually the backbone of the company, and this is what we use to develop any kind of products that we'd like and we supply to our customers. Our current products, currently, as I mentioned earlier, currently we supply Nigeria with a fleet management, very advanced fleet management software. And in Sweden, we've developed a refugees management system, which is a software as a service in response to the Syrian crisis and the refugees crisis that rose, let's say, in 2016. And our latest product is what we call the FULC. That's actually the digital transformation tool for local governance in Lebanon. So we may ask, why local governments? Because as per our market assessment, we found out that a system exists in, let's say, municipalities and other local governments in Lebanese territory. But that system has been deployed since 2000, early 2000, and it has become an obsolete technology that doesn't serve the current needs of digital transformation and the uprising, let's say, youth in local governments boards and across Lebanon. So we wanted to invest in something, and we created everything from scratch. So in order to explain a bit about local governments in Lebanon, local governments, what we mean about local governments are the governorates, union of municipalities and their corresponding municipalities. As we know, everyone know, these play a massive role in our day-to-day life. As any kind of transaction that we need to process in Lebanon, we have to go through municipalities and union of municipalities, or even maqamiyat and hafazat. So the current process is actually they follow a complicated and traditional process, and it is very centralized. So mainly we wanted to aim on decentralizing the processes of the local governments. Hence, I would like to explain the life cycle, which is, and this complicated process is carried on across the whole life cycle of the local governments. We know now that if we need a paper, we take it from the municipality, and it has its internal process. Then the maqam has to manage it, and it has its internal process, and then the governor has to manage it, and it has the governorate has its own internal process, and it's a chain, and it's a full life cycle, whether it's managing citizens or managing the actual government itself. So one of the biggest issues we faced is the Lebanese bylaws. Our bylaws are very old, and they don't serve the digital transformation, let's say, era or vision. And we had to go, and they are not very well explained actually. They simply state the law, and we have many reasons and many, let's say, opinions from lawyers and judges across each and every law. So for us, for software engineers and the teams, we had to go bylaw by bylaw, and we reverse engineered each and every bylaw that has to do with the municipalities or local governments in Lebanon. So I will skip a bit and go to what we mean by digital transformation. So in the start, I defined digital transformation on the local government's level. We needed to automate the processes of the local governments. Then we wanted to introduce the business intelligence and KPIs, because this is very advanced for us, and this is what we need. We need access to data, and we need to analyze our data. And the current trend is everything, it's being mapped currently, and GIS is playing a big role in the decision making and in, let's say, the productivity of municipalities and local governments. So we wanted to do a GIS integration. Of course, all of that would highlight the transparency of work and would increase the actual trust between the citizens and the local governments that we have, that we went into and contacted them or deployed this and the system. So by automation, we introduced what we'd like to call an approval workflow, and it serves as a predefined or business process management, and it serves as a predefined workflows that are customized through the system. And we've introduced through that the real-time notifications and to-do lists. What that has served us is that nowadays the municipalities adopting this technology are capable of processing the citizens' orders and requests in a very short time and increasing the satisfaction of citizens. However, we've implemented this to the whole life cycle. Now, the municipality, when in communication with the Maqam, they can use the predefined process and predefined workflows and get their approval automatically and through the system, instead of going and running the paper throughout the different departments of the local governments. I have to say it like that. So if I take a municipality, for example, to not say local governments, so between the different departments of the municipalities, one of the main issues, papers are always lost, and we never know when our paper is due or our action is due. So that we've introduced the bottleneck detection, and the system using the approval workflow will allow the citizens to know when their transaction will be finalized, and it will allow the management of the municipality to detect the bottleneck and having the process applied throughout the different departments of the municipality. The second stage, we went into business intelligence. GAT was the first to introduce dashboards and interactive charts into the governmental world, let's put it this way. The municipal data is so huge, and they gather a lot of data, whether administrative or financial data, and they don't have actually a digital representation of this data. We still follow the old traditional way by printing traditional reports. And as we know, all of the reports and accounting reports are very hard to process when they are on papers. When they are on papers. So we've developed our own dashboard. They can select with from over 100 interactive charts. The charts follow the data push technology. They don't have to refresh. Everything that's being each and every transaction that happens on the system, it's automatically reflected to the data push. And these charts and these dashboards come and they are shipped with unlimited KPIs that can be designed on the fly, or when the dashboards are actually customized and implemented in the municipality or the local government. So through GIS, we went, and now GAT has an exclusive MOU with the University of Balamand, where they hold the GIS center, and actually it's the only GIS center that we know of, and it's a very specialized GIS center. So we held an MOU with them, And now we're the first company that is capable of integrating its solution with ArcGIS, which is the favorable tool for GIS, developing GIS. So what we did now is we integrated all of our modules to GIS to assist in decision making. So now, by clicking on a parcel on the map, the municipality can automatically tell the financial status of this designate, or mukallaf as we say in Arabic, and directly tell whether all of the transactions of this specific parcel, by parcel I mean iqar, and they can tell each and every transaction that has been conducted through the system automatically through the map. And also now we've introduced the e-collection, and now all collectors of the municipalities, they have tablets and they have automatically synchronized tablets between the municipality and the field. So once by end of each day, the municipal management is capable of plotting the route of each and every collector. And we've also introduced our fleet management technology to the municipalities, where everything is all of their vehicles and motorcycles, police vehicles, let's say GCDs, everything is directly connected to the maps, and real-time GPS tracking is automatic. For unlimited layers, I wanted to highlight that we've introduced above ground and underground layering in Lebanon, and now where the municipalities can provide us with as-built maps for each and every, let's say, project that has been performed in the municipality territory is now layered on GIS technology, automatically interacting with the municipal management system, or al-Fulk as we call it. For transparency, we wanted to make something that's a bit flashy for the municipalities. And we've created a kind of like a stock exchange dashboard, which is a live. And now each and every citizen can log into this dashboard without, or can, like, let's say, type the URL and go to the dashboard without logging in. And each and every transaction that is performed in the municipality, it's automatically reflected directly on the web version or online version of the dashboard. And this is the ultimate transparency. Now, the data doesn't have any delay, or the user will not see that the latest synchronized data is old. Actually, it will be automatically published and automatically shown in real time. So now if I log on to, let's say, Municipality of Zgharta's dashboard, I can directly see what's happening in terms of financial transaction as per the Lebanese bylaws, of course. And this has increased the need for data publishing, and now the municipalities that use our system automatically publish their data. And by data, we mean like the decisions taking, transactions, all the information that bylaws the citizens should have access to it. And this has led to a higher citizens engagement. And now we've shortened or closed the gap between the citizen and the local government as we know it. So I'm sorry I had to go fast, but as I've been instructed by the doctors that we have limited time. And please, now this is a short overview of what GAT can provide in terms of digital transformation. And we've come a long way, and we've now introduced our latest project, which is CODIS.
3 minutes.
Yes, we've introduced CODIS. CODIS is the coordination and dissemination system. And CODIS is actually used for disaster recovery, DRMs, yeah, and disaster rooms management. And now we've introduced it for governors and Qa'am Maqamiyat and the large municipalities, which is also based on AI and using mapping technology. And it's analytical and let's say proactive, let's put it this way. It helps to prevent disasters, and it has all of the data that's been collected through the field. It's mapped, and we use digital mapping, we use AI to automatically identify threats and to identify the corresponding responsive actions that should be taken, or preventive actions that should be taken accordingly. Also, I'd like to mention that the platforms we're building, they are all IoT ready. And since we're in Lebanon, we fear that IoT is yet to come in the coming years. But however, we're ready, and we've tested many of our devices and sensors throughout the systems, and in preparation for smart cities, as the doctor has said earlier, it's like 2.5 trillion by 2025. So we're getting ready for that solution and that hype, let's put it this way. And again, I'm sorry for going fast, but this is what we've been instructed. And if anyone would have any questions to ask, please feel free.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harris, for your useful presentation. Unfortunately, due to the lack of time, any question can be asked through the conversation. So we will move now to, I think, to the next session. I will share my. The next session is about entrepreneurship in education. Entrepreneurship in education. My screen shared, Ali?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so the second track is an entrepreneurship in ICT curriculum. It embraces topics on computational thinking, entrepreneurial thinking, innovation, so software entrepreneurship, program assessment. Mr. First, please, you can mute your microphone, and please, all colleagues, mute your microphone. There is echo, okay? We have 4 presentations in this session. The first presentation is with engineer Andre Gloria from University of Lisbon, tackling sustainability problem using Internet of Things, an academic and industry overview. Mr. Andre, our engineering Andre Gloria was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1994. He received the BSc and PhD degree in telecommunication and computer engineering from ICT. In 2015 and 2017, respectively, he is finishing his PhD degree in information science and technology with a specialty in Internet of Things and machine learning at the same university. From 16 to 17, he was a teaching assistant and for the artificial intelligence class in the information science and technology department. Since 2018, he has been researcher and at the Institute of Telecommunication, with research on Internet of Things, machine learning, wireless sensor network, wireless communication, sustainability, and green technology. Since 2020, he is invited assistant at ICTE with the classes on conception and viability of technology-based project. In 2018, he co-founded Geniviot, a Portuguese technological startup that tackles sustainability problem using IoT, Internet of Things, mainly. He is in the water management for irrigation systems. He acts as CTO, being responsible for all the research and the development in both software and hardware and Geniviot solution. So the floor is yours, Dr. Engineer Andre Gloria. You have also 15 minutes for your presentation. Please, the floor is yours. You can start. Thank you. Go ahead.
So are you seeing my presentation?
Yes, we see your presentation. Go ahead.
So thank you so much. My name is Andre Gloria. I'm research and invited assistant at ICT in Portugal. I'm the co-founder of Geniviot, a Portuguese startup. And I'm here to talk to you about the sustainability problems that can be solved using IoT, and our academic and industry can be together to solve those. So 55% of the population lives in the urban areas, and this is increasing year by year. And as such, we need to manage people and the resources that those people need to live in cities. From the past 10 years or more, even so, cities or its inhabitants are being collected information that is not being used or is being disregarded. We are talking about smart sensors. We are talking about municipalities that collect environmental data or other type of data that is being used only for their purpose. And after the study is being done, they are discarded or trashed. And in order to enhance the efficiency of sustainability and the safety of the communities that live in those cities, we need to use those data and we need to use those data to improve their lives and their securities and services and infrastructures. And this is what smart cities are here to do. They integrate all this data and all these services to allow monitoring and management of systems using intelligence device. So basically, the rise of smart cities is being the main goal for that smart city is to use a better public resources to increase the quality and services and reducing the waste that the cities produce. The main focus right now on smart cities are basically the infrastructures, traffic, because we need to move people around the city, create more affordable housing, and mainly the big inequality in socioeconomic the socioeconomic groups inside cities, and also the pollution. So all of these can be improved using smart cities technologies and IoT, as I will talk ahead. And right now, there's already 8 smart cities that are built and in function right now. And there's already a plan to implement 153 more until 2025. And this is possible because IoT is rising. Every day we see another product that can be connected to the internet, that can connect to another device, or we can connect a device to anything in order to gather, transmit, and analyze the data over the internet. And that's what IoT does. It uses sensors and actuators that work together in a network using intelligence processing units that basically automate and monitors everything we need. And we can share that information between devices to work autonomously. And also we can do it to improve our experience and our lives. Not only IoT is improving the efficiency of services and products, we also are improving tasks that were done manually over the years. For example, in agriculture, in irrigation, and in other solutions. Basically, IoT, as I already said, it works by gathering information, transmitting those informations, analyzing those informations, and then act upon the service or the products. I show you here a set of small, low-cost sensors that can do pretty much anything, from smart lighting to security to moisture levels, temperature levels. Everything can be now done and can be measured using IoT and low-cost sensors. So this is what are proliferating the IoT and the smart cities, is the ability to use small devices that can collect anything from anywhere, anytime, in a remote and autonomous way, with a low cost and with a high scale and an easy scalable solution. And this is why the IoT is growing. It's expected by the end of this year that 50 billion devices will be connected to the internet, and that will be gathering information. And this is rising rapidly since 2009, when IoT was firstly implemented with about 5 billion devices already being used. And in 10 years, that number rises by 10 times. So, and it's expected that the next 10 years, this number can be exponentially grow by 100 times. And this is proved by the growing market for IoT that is growing 25% per year. It was a $212 billion market in 2018, and it's expected to be a 1.3 billion in 2026. And basically, the rise of smart cities and IoT can help us tackle some problems, mainly in the sustainability parts, that always exists. For example, the part for climate change. We can use IoT to reduce CO2 emissions, to track whether the cars are polluting more than others. We can reduce the waste of natural resources such as water, and we can use IoT to help the creation of clean energy. But also we can use IoT to tackle the food supply in agriculture, in irrigation, in any part of farming. We can use IoT to improve those results and those efficiency. But using IoT also creates new problems. And with the rise of smart cities and with the proliferation of IoT, sustainability has also been improved, okay, but is also being also new problems have been created, mainly with the rise of the number of devices, because we need to power these devices with batteries. So we need a clean way to dispose these batteries, or a clean way to power these devices using solar or wind. One of the other problems that the rise of devices encounters is that if each device takes one sample per hour, we have 15 billion devices creating data, and those data need to be stored somewhere. So the rise of cloud farms and data farms it's growing, and those data farms need to be powered in a more sustainable way. Or we need to store data in a more sustainable way. So we need to compress the data somehow in order that it can still be accessible, but also it takes less space to store. We are encountering a big problem with the lack of standards, because for example, if you buy a smart device from Samsung or Xiaomi or Apple, it will not work with a device from other brands. So we need to, if you are locked with those providers. If you have a smart solution from Samsung, your entire house needs to be from Samsung. So we need standards. So it will not be multiple devices for the same thing. We are producing multiple solutions from the same problem, and we are not allowing the user to use multiple solutions at the same time. One of the other problems is also scalability. Smart cities are not growing faster because there's a problem with scale, with producing and installing a massive number of devices in the city. This is mainly because of problems with batteries and supplies and energy supply for those devices, but also because cities are still finding hard to implement those devices. Cities are not prepared for a massive device deployment and are still adapting to those use. And finally, there's a big problem with the autonomous learning. We need these devices to be autonomous and to work in a self way, and in order for not to be management teams that will go to those devices every day to check if everything is okay. So we need the device to be autonomous and to warn the users that, okay, I'm having a problem, so please come see me and fix that problem, and not always require maintenance from teams. And this is where the industry and academia need to cooperate to create new solutions. So basically how the academic and industry have been collaborating is that the industry identifies the problem, asks for the academia to do the research and the development, and then there is a cooperation in the production of the new devices, of the new product. The industry will test those devices in a real case scenario with real clients. The academia will analyze the results, and if needed, we go back to the research and to redo the solution. And if everything is okay, there's a two-way stream. The industry will launch the product, and the academia will publish the results. I will show you a case study that I'm part of. That's a joint venture between academia and the industry, and that's how Genviat was created. Genviat is a Portuguese startup that was a spin-off from the university, and it's focused on green environmental IoT. We do IoT projects for sustainability, and we were founded by ICT, a Portuguese public university, and Great Flower, a landscape architecture firm that has the problem with their clients. We also had throughout the years, we had a lot of external support from the universities. For example, the CAS Business School, the Nova School of Business and Economics, from Instituto de Telecomunicações, but also from the industry, from Building Global Innovators and Casa do Impacto in Portugal. And that's how we initially are focusing on IoT for smart environments, but with the help of the academia and the industry, we now are focused only on IoT and machine learning for water management. So basically, the problem that the industry found is that 70% of the fresh water being used in our world is being used for some sort of irrigation, for landscape or agriculture, but 30% of this water is being wasted, mainly because of environmental issues. For example, it's raining or too windy, or for pipe leaking. Just for you to know, 1 hectare of public garden can waste up to 5,000 cubic meters of water and waste 13,000 kilowatts of energy to transport and treat those water. That water, and that produced 3.5 tons of CO2 for the atmosphere, and costs for the customer 15,000 euros in waste. So our solution that we developed was an IoT-based wireless sensor network and machine learning solution that can predict the ideal irrigation times and detect leaks and malfunctions, and reduce the cost in water and energy up to 50% and in maintenance up to 15%. Just for you to understand how the cooperation was done between the academia and the industry, as I said, our project was a spin-off from a master thesis, and from then we already supported. The project was supported by 8 master theses, 1 PhD, and was also a case study for business plans, for market fit, for market plans. And right now we are applying as a co-promotion investigation and development application for a Portugal 2020 and European funds to create a new project called Connected Things that will develop new solutions. How we do this was we started with R&D in 2018. By 2019, with the help of the universities, we already have our prototype. It was tested in 1 garden with 25% savings. It was improved in 2020 with 2 gardens that we can improve to 34% savings. Right now we are on a pilot phase and still improving our solution. And as we install the machine learning developed by the universities in our solution, we are now up to 65% savings in water for a single garden. And we are trying to enter the market by the next year. So the advantages for these 3 years for the university, for the industry side, there was an overall lower cost reduction on our development, since the university provides qualified human resources and fully equipped facilities. And for the universities, the students love working in real life applications and new projects. The industry supported seven master theses and 1 PhD, and the university was able to publish 10 papers in international conferences and journals using the results that was provided the development of this solution. We are not done. As I said, we are launching a new project called Connected Things in order to create new solutions. And I hope in the future I will be able to present to you the results from this new project that allow the university and the industry to work together to solve the sustainability problems of our world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation and your useful also and important contribution, which is very interesting in the field of entrepreneurship and ICT. Again, anyone having any question, please through the conversation. I don't know if all of you can turn on your camera just to take a photo for the documentation of our webinar. Is it possible to turn on your camera just for 1 or 2 minutes?
Yeah.
To take a photo, please, all of you. Please. Dr. Manal is not there. Dr. Abdul Nasser, please take this one. Mustafa, try to take some photos, please. Okay.
Yes, I am here.
Yalla, but please turn on your camera.
I did.
Not turned on. No. MY, that's all. I will, my mask, okay, come like this, it's okay. Dr. Mario, you don't show, you not yet.
Maybe it's lagging, but my camera is on.
طيب يلا, we wait 1 minute. Otherwise, try Mustafa, try with other screen, please. When you are done, Mustafa, tell me, please.
Done, doctor.
Done? It's okay. So I will move now to the next speaker. Thank you. With the next speaker, my screen is shared. Okay. So the next speaker about the role of universities in promotion, entrepreneurship, and innovation. It's done by Dr. Dina Bilal from University of Khartoum, Sudan. Dr. Dina, PhD in Mechanical Engineering, University of Khartoum in 2010. Master in Operational Management, University of Birmingham in 2002. Bachelor degree in Mechanical Engineering, University of Khartoum in 2000. She is Assistant Professor in the Mechanical Engineering Department from 2000 on to date. Deputy Dean, Faculty of Engineering, 2015-2019. Manager of Technopole Unit, in 2016 till now. Certified Trainer in Entrepreneurship and Incubation System by AICEI UNIDO Office Bahrain. Certified Mentor also. Member of Incubator Committee, Ministry of Higher Education 2017 to date. Member of Technical Vehicle Committee, Sudan Organization for Standard and Metrology 2010 to date. Member of Technical and ICT Funded Research Committee, Ministry of Higher Education from 2018 to 2020. Technical Advisor for Leader Technology Manufacturing, Complex and Amiable Company for Engineering Services 2010 and up to date. Dr. Dina, the floor is yours. I will stop my screen. You can share your screen and you have also 15 minutes for your presentation. The floor is yours. Please start. You can start. Thank you. Dr. Dina. Dr. Ali, where is Dr. Dina?
دكتور دينا موجودة إجمالا.
So where she is? Yes, please.
Yes, Dr. Dina.
Yes. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, I'm very glad to join this valuable webinar, and I'm going to present the presentation is about the role of universities in promoting entrepreneurship and innovation. I'm going to present from your computer, Dr. Ali. Hello.
Dr. Ali, please share the screen of Dr. Dina. Dr. Ali, you are hearing us or not?
Dr. Subhi, I'm sharing her screen.
Please share her screen. Yalla. To save time.
Shared now.
We see nothing, Aziz. We see nothing, Mustafa. Not shared yet.
Is it ready or cannot see? Hello?
Mustafa, what's happening, Mustafa? Yes. Please, اعمل سكرين ولا.
Slideshow, please.
Slideshow, Mustafa. Okay.
Next. This is the role of universities in promoting entrepreneurship and innovation. Next, please.
Mustafa. Okay.
These two figures are recognizable to some of us. The first one on your left is the 3D printer, and the second one on your right is the BlackBerry. Those are two products which were an output of research and development in universities. So here I'm going to shed some light on the role of universities in promoting entrepreneurship and innovation. It's now generally accepted that globalization process and internationalization have modified the roles of main agents of social and economic changes. Universities, as one of these parties, they have been affected by new responsibilities, such as regional, economic, and social development. For a literature review, now it's generally accepted that globalization process, I'm in the last, yeah, that the mission and role of the universities have been changing over time due to the needs in the market. Next. Here we have a table that shows the characteristics of the generation of the universities. At the beginning, we had the first generation and the second generation and the third generation. If you look at the objective, we can see at the first generation that the objective was education. For the second generation, the objective was education and research. And for the third generation is education, research, and know-how exploitation. And here where entrepreneurship and innovation started to change the roles and the missions of the universities. For example, if you look at creating at the middle, you say that the first generation was creating professionals, the second one, professional and scientists, the third one is professional, scientists, and entrepreneurs. Universities are no more graduates for being an employee in the market. They're now starting to influence more on this graduate so that they can generate entrepreneurs rather than students and help them to find jobs in their future. At the end of the 20th century, a new term emerged, which is entrepreneurial university, applied in the science literature. The term used to describe universities that have improved different mechanisms to contribute to the regional development and increase the incomes. Also, there are new terminologies that emerged as well, such as university technological transfer, innovative universities, market universities, and so on. Okay, how the entrepreneurial universities promote economic development? An entrepreneurial society refers to the society where knowledge-based entrepreneurship have emerged as a driving force of economic growth, employment creation, and competitiveness. In such a society, entrepreneurial universities, by conducting their operation effectively, they promote innovation, development, and economy. University and innovation. Next, yeah. The digital revolution, automation, advanced technologies, material, nanotechnology, smart material, digitalization, 3D printing, information technology, renewable energy, all these are the driving force for R&D activities in most of the universities and research institutes all over the world today and for the future. And they will be the major economic and social transformation in the coming years. This figure shows that how each of these activities, for example, mobile internet, it will consume from 3.7 to 10.5 of the global GDP. Automation and knowledge is from 5.2 to 6.7. So renewable energy from 0.2 to 0.3 of the total GDP. So all these activities, if we focus on them by 2025, the potential impact of these technologies will be between 14 and 33 trillion US dollars, and they will constitute 1/3 of the global GDP worldwide. Therefore, the universities need to deal perfectly with this technology-driven economy by expanding its role in driving innovation and catalyzing economic development. The role of universities in promoting innovation can be done by fostering entrepreneurship, encouraging collaboration between the private sector with the private sector, as to say, filling the gap between the private sector and the academia, and promoting diversity and inclusion, in all of its activities, exploring the nexus of technology and society. The role of universities in promoting entrepreneurship, this can be done in two ways. The first way is through educational level. That's to say you can change your, insert some courses in the curriculum concerning entrepreneurship, or increasing the awareness of entrepreneurship by doing workshops, seminars, and so on, so that among the students that you have in the university, you might increase the educational level on entrepreneurship and increase the entrepreneurial intention that can be achieved through strong relationship between entrepreneurial intention and the attitude towards the entrepreneur, good networking, perceived behavior control, increase the motivation to be an entrepreneur, and encourage creativity and innovation. There are several reasons why the universities and research institutes should embrace entrepreneurship, because it helps the universities to put some teeth into the innovation mission. It's a way for the university to create a stakeholder, creating impacts beyond the walls, and expand commercialization revenues, create competitiveness, and provide students with knowledge and abilities. How universities should satisfy their multiple missions. More benefits to the university: expand the outreach, enhanced image, remarkable ranking. If you focus on entrepreneurship, next slide, please. Yeah. Here in the ranking, all the universities are looking for an outstanding ranking all over the world. So if you focus on entrepreneurship and incubation systems, this can affect the ranking of the university into better degree and improve structure for technology transfer. In conclusion, the entrepreneurial university behavior or model is the most successful for today. It's noted that the effectiveness of such universities is determined by effective links between education, science, and business. And the efficiency of these links create the basis for innovative development of the whole nation. I'm going to, next please. I'm going to present the case study of Sudan. The economic potential development prospect of Sudan. Sudan is an Afro-Arab country, multi-ethnic, multicultural, multilingual, and such combination engenders a mix of commercial, cultural, social, ethnic throughout the history. Here, the total population of Sudan is 40 million, and the labor force is 11.7 million. Unemployment percentage is from 20 to 22% of the total labor force, and it's expected to increase by 2022. Challenges facing Sudan. The Sudan economy is characterized by having concentration of industries in urban areas. It's highly skewed distribution of income, of wealth. Some people are very wealthy and some people are very low in their income. Sanctions. We have high incidence of unemployment, catastrophic inflation, and political instability. Next, solution. Part of this solution is to solve economic problem through developing small and medium-sized enterprises and fostering entrepreneurship, especially through implementing this in universities and doing incubation systems. For the University of Khartoum, the university is initiated in 1902. It's a leading university here in Sudan. It set its strategies and plan based on building an effective cooperation between the industry, academia, and the surrounding society, so as to stimulate growth and create prosperity of Sudan through transfer of technology, dissemination of knowledge, and developing small and medium-sized businesses. The University of Sudan put their, next please. University of Sudan of Khartoum in 2010, together with the Arab International Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, UNIDO Office Bahrain, they started a big, put a big intention on training its staff on entrepreneurship and incubation systems. And here we've trained the deans of the, I'm in the slide before, Mr. Ali, Dr. Ali. The slide before, please. 2 slides before. Yes, here. And then in 2016, they initiated Technopole Center in Faculty of Engineering. 2016, established the Entrepreneurship Center in Business School. And we've inserted some topics concerning entrepreneurship and innovation in the academic curriculum, promote entrepreneurship and self-enterprise within the graduates, and boosting innovation, creativity, and critical thinking, and promote networking, good networking with the banks, NGOs, and private sector. This is the Technopole. Next, please. The Technopole Center is a center which is initiated in 2016. Next, please. 2016 is a technical business incubator which is established 2016, funded by the Islamic Bank in Jeddah in 2010. The Technopole offers 2 things: the technical assistant for boosting innovation, enhancing technology was based on practices, and attracting value-added high-tech enterprise, and the business assistance, which is as shown in the next, please. Next, please. Yes, here. The business assistants, which provide the business development assistant, accounting, general managing, legal services, marketing, networking, and so on. And the faculty-based assistants, which this is the most important, because in the faculty-based assistant, we have the good infrastructure space and laboratories. This is what the university, the incubator which is hosted in the university, is more important than any incubator which is initiated anywhere else. Because in the incubator, the university incubators, you have the laboratories there for making R&D activities, and you have the consultancy with all the teaching staff which is there in the faculty, and you have skilled labor in the workshops so that you can easily generate your prototype if you have. And there is an excellent environment for the entrepreneurs to interact together, and we have excellent communication processes, communication facilities within different parties. This is the model that we are applying, the EDIP model, which is post-incubation, pre-incubation, incubation, and post-incubation. And we have good networking with different parties. These are the links that we have with the governmental sector, Ministry of Human Resources, Social Security, Agriculture, Communication, Commerce, and with the private sector, many of the central trading company, the big companies here in Sudan, Dal Agricultural Group, Nifedi Group, Leader Technology, and so on. And we have with the different financial banks, as you see, here local banks and international banks as well. For the achievements for now, we are increasing the awareness, entrepreneurship awareness, by organizing opening sessions, workshops, lectures for the students and the university alumni, improving engineering curriculum by inserting some courses. We train of other colleges. Next, please. Next. Next. Next, please. This is the model. This is the networking. Next. Next. Yes, these are the ministries and the private sector. Again, next. The financial institutes and the banks. Next, please. This is the achievements that we have. Entrepreneur, increase the awareness, improving engineering curriculum by adding some courses. Next, please. And training the deans of other colleges. We have 22 colleges in the University of Khartoum. All of the deans and vice deans are now trained and ready for initiating incubators and providing some courses for the entrepreneurs. Next, please. These are some photos.
Doctor,
yes.
You still have 2 minutes, please.
I'm finished. These are the groups that I'm having. Next. Next. Yes. Again, this is Value Tech. Please, the previous one. This is one of the companies hosted. Yes, can you play the video, please? This is one of the companies hosted in the Technopole Center. He's providing traditional products. He's having a workshop. His name is Azam. His business, the business name is Crafts. This is his website for different products that he has. He's a social entrepreneur. Now his workshop is having 20 women working on these beads and bags, and so he helps in women empowerment in Sudan. Next video, please. This video is a 3D printer. It was a final year project of the group of students from the University of Khartoum Faculty of Engineering, Mechanical Engineering Department. This 3D printer was fully manufactured locally in our workshop using filament and building up the 3 layers, as you see in the video, for providing 3D projects, 3D products that can be used anywhere. This is the video. So this project is going to, I know the 3D printer is there in the market, the invention is there and the application is there as well. But the breakthrough that those people have done is that this is a final year project. It all the machine was locally manufactured, and this is a big thing here in Sudan with our limited resources. And they're going to join the Technopole with a business idea of providing spare parts for different parties. If the Technopole was not there, this project will stay in the shelf forever and not transformed into the market. Thank you for listening. This is the end of my presentation, and I'm very happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you again, Dr. Dina. But unfortunately, we don't have enough time for questions, so we will communicate with you, hoping for future cooperation. And anyone would like to ask any question through conversation. We will move now to. Thank you very much again. We'll move now to the next speaker. The next speaker is Mr. Ubaidali Al-Ubaidali, Arab ICT Union from Bahrain. Dr. Ubaidali has a diploma in mathematics from the American University of Beirut in 1970. Freelance working for a newspaper and please please, Mr. Ubaidali, mute your microphone in order to introduce you.
Hello.
Please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm introducing you. Please let me introduce you first.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. As I said, such as Al-Safir Libanese, Al-Hadath, Al-Wasat, Arab, etc. In 1994, he was appointed as information consultant for Arab League Documentation Center. 1995-2000 established the magazine Scientific Horizon, founded by a group investor, and was editor-in-chief in 1995. Founded a group of Bahrain investors at the academic Al-Nadim IT, and he is the CEO of the company. 2001 founded a group of Bahrain businessmen, Al-Wasat, for publishing and printing and distribution, and was member of the board of directors until 2011. Participated in Arabic and international workshops and conferences, mainly in knowledge-based economy, founder and member of the Bahrain Internet Society, founder and the president of Association of Technical B-Tech, founder and chairman of the Arab ICT Union, member of the board of trustees of Ibn Khaldun Bahrain National School, senior advisor for UNIDO, ITPO, board member of World Summit Award 1920. Anyway, now, so Dr. Ubaidali, I will stop my screen. You can share your screen. The floor is yours. You have 15 minutes for your intervention. Please, you can start. Thank you in advance. please.
Can you display the presentation? Is it with you or not?
Mustafa, you have the presentation of Abu Dr. Abaidari? Oh, Ali.
Yes, Mustafa has a presentation. Yes, Mustafa.
Mustafa, if you can share the presentation of Dr. Abaidari, as you did with Dr. Dina.
Okay, Doctor, just a minute.
Please. Okay, well.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes, you can start speaking until the screen is shared, yeah, to save time.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Beirut Arab University for allowing me to present this project, and I'd like to thank the CPO in Bahrain, because they were the one who introduced me to this prestigious seminar. My talk today will be about a portal, which is Ra'idat. Ra'idat means women entrepreneur, which is a women entrepreneurship platform. It's a platform based on a topic-based forum. Next, please. The agenda will be, as you can see, we'll talk about the ecosystem of the forum. We'll talk about the product or services it offers. We'll talk about the portal, and we'll go through what is the topic-based forum means, and we'll go the technology used, and then we'll talk about the scalable business opportunities. We'll have the e-marketplace that is linked, which is the second component of the forum. Next. This is the ecosystem of the forum. As you will see, it is a topic-based, and it has also universities, specialized centers, Supreme Council for Women, and in the left-hand side, you can see the customers or the audience this forum addresses or the forum try to be communicating with. In the middle, you can see we have a live chat forum, we have case studies, we have papers. That is the content of the forum. So the forum will be a live forum. They will throw let's say a topic. It's a women-based forum, i.e. For example, we can talk about gender discrimination. There will be a subject matter expert who will throw all the ideas about gender discrimination, and then there will be an audience which will participate in this forum, and this forum will go for the same topics. Next, please. And each component of this forum will call it as a product, as a shelf for product. And the topics will be, as you can see it on the left and on the right hand side, it is selected topics that is related to women. Second, please. Next. Now, this is the landing page of the forum. As you can see, on the left-hand side, this is any topic, any subject we would like to promote. On the right-hand side, you can have either somebody from the audience who would like to throw or suggest a topic, or to take action, or to browse whatever content is in the forum. Below the second layer, you will see the trending, which we mean by trending any topics that is related to the forum, discussed the forum, and has the maximum number of votes. Then, of course, you will have verticals. Each vertical will have a video, talks about that vertical, whether it is wellness, whether it is business, whether it is art, education, training, and then underneath you'll have the second component of the forum, which is an email place. Now, this is the page of the forum. Somebody is talking. She will be, or he will be, the subject matter expert. On the left-hand side, you can see this is people who are accustomed or acquainted with Teams. They know the applications part of Team. These are either applications or contents, white papers, university thesis, etc., etc. On the right-hand side, you will see the participant, and underneath you will see the discussion or the conversation taking place. This is based on our vision, and our vision as a portal to connect women Our mission is to enable, equip, empower, and excel lifestyle of Arab women globally. The methodology will have the 4E, which is identifying, elevating, and sustainable ecosystem. Next, please. We split the forum into two components. One is we call it the global forum, which talk about global topics, but every single Arab country will have its domestic forum. And this landing page is the UAE, as you can see, forum. Next, please. The forum will be, let's say, technology agnostic. This is the reason we go for this forum based on our research on because there is the one before the graphs. The penetration of the internet in the Middle East is a little bit higher than the penetration statistics worldwide. Our objective is to see. You can be a freelancer designer. You can be, people who will be around this forum. They can develop these skills and talents. Next, please. And then you have the e-marketplace. That is, you become part of an ecosystem, which is the e-marketplace, which is dedicated either for women or women-related communities and goods. It's this for e-marketplace will be again a comprehensive ecosystem where you will have website builder, you will have application, CRM, etc., etc. And this is our program. Thank you very much. Okay. The people questions around. Hello.
Okay, you're done, Doctor? It's okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there, excuse me, is there any questions from the audience? Anyone would like to ask, since now we have time? Otherwise, we move to the next speaker. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ubaidali, for your important presentation. And thank you for your contribution.
Thank you very much. Okay. And wish you all the best. Good luck. Thank you.
Many thanks. So we will move to the next speaker, the last speaker in this session, with the presentation of spatio-temporal data and entrepreneurship, with Dr. Hatem Halawi, High Kazian University, Lebanon. Dr. Hatem Halawi is Associate Professor and Chairperson of the Division of the Mathematical Science, Math and Computer Science at High Kazian University Research. Spatio-temporal databases, geographical information system, using artificial intelligence and smart algorithms in geographic information system and navigation. Dr. Hatem, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. Do I have control of the machine?
Just one moment, Doctor. I will stop my screen. You can share your screen, and you have 15 minutes for your presentation. You can start, Doctor.
Okay. Do you see the presentation?
Alhamdulillah, we see, yes.
Yes.
Alhamdulillah, go ahead.
So my presentation is a bit different. I'm not presenting any project. My name is Dr. Hatem Halawi. I teach at Hagazian University. I'm an associate professor, and my research is about spatio-temporal databases, which is the data behind or below geographical information systems. And my research is about these kinds of databases, and also lately I've been doing some research in artificial intelligence using smart algorithms to navigate maps. So as I told you, it's a bit different. I tried not to be technical, so to make my my presentation, first of all, related to the subject of the conference, and also understandable by all audience, because my research is a bit technical. It's about algorithms and analysis of algorithms. First of all, the agenda to present today is, first of all, I'm going to define what's spatio-temporal data, what's the definition of that. And then I will show you some examples of where spatio-temporal data in our lives, I guess it's everywhere. It's in everything we do. And then I add this, how does it help entrepreneurs? Which is the main, which is where I made my presentation related to the conference, and finally, I did put some technical, just high-level technical information about my research, just to make it less general. So how does it look like? Not very technical, but how does it look like? How does spatio-temporal data look like? So in the beginning, what is spatio-temporal data? Spatio comes from spatial data, and spatial data is data about space. When we talk about space, we talk about geometries, we talk about locations, and I'm sure you know all these issues. So the word spatial comes from space. Temporal data is about data changing with time. It means history of data. What kind of data change with time? Everything. Your location during the day, your salary changes with time. The way you look changes with time. Everything changes with time. So we will see examples of that. And then if we combine the above two subjects, it becomes spatio-temporal data, which is space data changing with time. And if you want to give it some title, some fancy title, you can say it's the history of geography, like how geography is changing over time. So the first example, where is spatio-temporal data in our lives? It's if you're counting the number of steps per day, so you can do that. There are many applications that does that or do that. You can even track yourself over the last month, over the last year. Which cities did you visit? If your phone is connected to maybe some Google account, and it's connected to internet all the time, you can go and ask Google about your movement. Of course, this is dangerous because they know all your movement, but it shows you where did you move during the last whatever time. Another kind of spatio-temporal data in our lives, and I'm sure many of you did use that, tourism. For example, let's say you're visiting Amsterdam, and then you want to see all the interactions, all the attractions in Amsterdam. You can go to the map, and it tells you these are the places. It even tells you how to visit these if you want to make a tour over them. So this is an example of spatio-temporal data in our lives. Also, you can ask the following question to Google or to any application. I want a good hotel near the Hyde Park and Oxford Street. So you give a location, and then it gives you a hotel over there. You can even this is spatial data. If you want to see also other spatio-temporal data, like how the area is changing with time, you can do that. If you want to dine, let's say, you can ask the following question. I wanted an Italian restaurant in Hamra, Beirut, and gives you all the possible places, and you choose a place, and you can go there. And this is spatial data. This is a very nice example of spatio-temporal data. Environment and health. I will give you a Lebanese example of that. the image on the left, it shows the location of cancer cases in Lebanon. And you can even make it temporal, like how is that changing with time? You can see the growth of these cases over time. Whereas the map on the right is the garbage dump sites in Lebanon, and where do they put garbage? And if you do some comparison between these, you can maybe analyze the data. You can say maybe we have more cases where we have these dumps or so on. So you can analyze environment, and the analysis of environment, as you can see, could be spatiotemporal, because you can see how much cases you're having. If you're talking about what's the increase of dump garbage sites, and how much is increasing, that's on the right. On the left, you see how much, if you're talking about health, how much the cancer cases is evolving. Now, if you put these data together, of course, there is no formula that proves that the dump sites are producing cancer cases, but if we analyze the data, we can find something. How to relate my research or my subject to entrepreneurs? I gave 3 examples here. So let's say someone wants to open a restaurant, or he or she wants to open a school, or maybe he or she wants, or they want to develop an app, a mobile or a web app. So if we're talking about a restaurant, where is spatiotemporal data involved in a restaurant? I'm giving questions. These questions should be asked by the entrepreneurs, and they should have answers for these in order to know if to make the study and to decide if they want to open the restaurant or not. The first question is how many restaurants in the area. This is a spatial question. You go into the area where the candidate place is located, and you ask this question, because these are competitors. And then you ask the second question is how many Italian restaurants of a kind, how many Chinese restaurants in the area. So also this is a spatial question, because you go to you can ask it, and even in Google Maps can give you such a because when we put a restaurant on the map, we have characteristics or attributes for that restaurant. One of them is the kind of the restaurant, and you can ask this question, this query. The third question is how is population evolving in the area, and this is a temporal question. You can have an answer for that. It shows the in the same area where the candidate place is located. And you can see how much people you're having more every year, and this will give you an idea about your business. And another question is, what is the financial situation in the area? You can get this from many places. For example, you can ask about the average price of an apartment. You know how wealthy are the people there, because when you open a restaurant, you want to know your customers. Are they middle customers, or maybe how much they want to pay? Are they rich? Are they poor? What kind of product do you want to offer? So you need to know this, and this is spatial. And then, is the area growing? Are we going to have, maybe this is related to the third question, are we going to have more buildings, more restaurants? And you can analyze, this is spatiotemporal, you can analyze over time how much restaurants did open over time, or how many buildings did you have over time, and so on. And this might give you an answer about a future answer about your business. The second example is opening a school. So opening a school is also a place where spatiotemporal data is involved. And these are possible questions that the entrepreneur who are thinking about a school want to ask. How many schools around? Okay, and maybe you want to ask how many schools for certain ages, let's say, and intermediate schools or secondary schools. You can ask these questions, special questions, but this is a spatial question because you go into an area and you investigate the schools in the area. How is population changing? This is very important because if the population is growing, it means your school have more chances to grow with the population. How far is the suggested location from main towns? Okay, and this is also spatial. It's not temporal, it's spatial, and this tells you how many customers you can get from these towns, because these are possible places where you get customers from. How many possible teachers around? Of course, when you get CVs, or if you have a database of teachers, you can, and I mean, in the database there is an attribute about their location. Where do they live? You can ask this question. You most probably you will prefer to have people or teachers from the area, of course qualified teachers, and this will save you lots of money, especially if you want to pay transportation to the teachers. And then you might ask the following question: if you're offering transportation to the students, how far, and I'm talking about distance and time here, can school transportation reach to bring students? And this is a big analysis because you know that your first session will start at 8 o'clock, so most probably your students should reach 10 minutes at least 10 minutes earlier. So if you want to pick up the first student at a certain place, and the bus should go around and pick up all the students, so how much within 40 to 50 minutes, this is maybe the maximum time that a student should stay in the bus to reach the school. How much where can you reach to bring students? Because if a customers come to you, a customer, and he asks you, do you have transportation to this place? Then if you have an answer for this question, then you can answer the question to the customer. You can tell him, okay, I can offer transportation to your son or to your daughter if you register, or I cannot, and then they have to worry about the transportation. If somebody is developing an app, a mobile app or a web app, how does that help him or her? Let's say the app is a simple app to find a worker, a carpenter, a plumber, or something. So also these apps need a location. Time availability. Are they available at this time? So a location is spatial. Time availability is temporal. So you need all these information, spatial temporal information in the app to be able to answer the user of the app the question of the location, of the time, and so on. Let's say the app is to find a taxi. So maybe you need a location for the taxis around, and this is a spatial question. You need also to know if they are available. This is temporal. And you need maybe to track the taxi to see where is the taxi at this moment. Is he or she around, so I can just go and take the taxi? Or maybe if you're sending your son or your daughter with the taxi, you want to see and track the taxi with that app. Maybe this is a spatiotemporal query. So these are 3 examples to show you that how much spatiotemporal data is important to analyze when somebody wants to open a business. And I can give you lots of other examples. And then these are very general, and they were designed to be presented to general audience. I did, in the last few slides, I did go a little bit technical to tell you how does it look like. Of course, I didn't go very technical. I just I'm just presenting an idea of how does that data look like. But before that, let me tell you that there are three main kinds of spatiotemporal data. The first kind is when you have discrete changes of spatial data. And the second kind is when you have continuous changes of spatial data. And I'm going to give an example of each. And the third kind is combination of the above. I'm presenting. In the coming slides, I'm showing you the first two kinds, and you can imagine the third kind if you just put them together.
Doctor, you still have 5 minutes, Dr. Hatem.
Yeah, I'm just almost done. Okay.
Thank you.
So discrete changes of spatial data, easy. I can give you examples. Around you, you can see buildings. New buildings are built. Maybe new roads are established. These are discrete changes. This doesn't really change continuously. I'm giving you an example here. On the left, we have a table about, let's say, land parcels in Beirut. The land parcel shape ID is SH1. If you want to know details about SH1, you can go to the other table where the shape data is located. So, and so on. So this, for example, this shape has 4 points for the polygon or the square or whatever is that shape. And each point has coordinates X and Y. Of course, a sequence number in order to be able to connect all these points together. As you can see in the first table, you can see that the shape of that land parcel L1 was changing in between 1/1/2000 until 2/3/2006. It had shape 1 as its shape, and then after that the shape changed to SH2, but this is not. I mean, we don't have space to show that. And then it changed between 2016 until this moment, until this now, and now it has shape 3 as the shape. This shape is changing with time. This land parcel is changing with time. It's located in Beirut. On the right, we have another example of showing the change of the red area here between time. This was in 1987. This was in 2016. Red areas mean something, maybe garbage. Green areas mean something else. You can show each area and how it's changing. These are, we call that discrete changes because the changes are not continuous. Continuous changes of spatial data. A plane is an example. Your car is an example. You moving on the streets is an example. In this case, as you can see, the changes are continuous. They are, they are calculated per millisecond maybe, and you can see the position of the plane XY is changing every something. Of course, you can change the time. How much what's the margin of recording the time? You can choose that. If you want to combine the two kinds, you can see that this image show you the combination. For example, below the plane, you can see a city. The changes in the city are discrete changes, while the changes of the plane is continuous changes. And this image on the right shows you the combination of discrete changes and continuous changes. Now, I don't want to go very deeply into the technical issues of spatiotemporal data because it's a big discussion. But if you have questions, I can answer the questions. I'm done with my presentation, and I'm ready to answer any question.
Thank you, Dr. Hatem. Very interesting. But I would like to ask you a question here, a technical and entrepreneurial. It means that you are using the spatiotemporal data, in other terms, in relevant IT application related to entrepreneurship. In other terms.
Yeah, one of them is true, but my point is, it's always very important to analyze spatio-temporal data to take a decision, and entrepreneurship should do that.
Okay, this is one. This is the importance of this spatio-temporal data. And second, since our webinar is related to IT, for example, if you want to develop an application or whatever programming,
exactly,
you can link to that. Thank you. Any additional question from the participant, the attendants, please? طيب. شكرا جزيلا دكتور حاتم for this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, you can stop your sharing, please. Share screen. Your screen you can stop.
يلا.
أعمال معروف.
Did I stop?
I think so. Okay.
Yes, I did.
So now we will move to the third track, innovation and technology. The third track is on entrepreneurship and technology. It involves topics on robotic and machine, 3D printing, process control, vehicular technology, mobile technology, and technological challenges of Internet of Things. We will have 5 presentations. We will start with the first presentation, innovation process in smart healthcare technologies, by Dr. Sandy Rihana from Holy Spirit University, Kaslik, Uzbek, Lebanon. Dr. Sandy Rihana is a result-oriented professional with a sound academic background, covering multiple disciplines, including engineering, technology, healthcare, and management. A creative thinker, Sandy is a multilingual and has presented in numerous international conferences and workshops. She is first author and co-author of more than 40 peer-reviewed articles in various domains in the medical and in the healthcare technology interdisciplinary journals. A computer communication engineer, Sandy receives her master's degree and PhD in biomedical engineering from the Technical Institute of Compiègne, France. While there, she was awarded the best PhD prize called the Guy Denulot Prize. She is a Fulbright scholar at the University of South Florida, USA, and an invited researcher at École Polytechnique Montréal. She joined ISEC in 2011 to co-found the Biomedical Engineering Department, American Board of Engineering and Technology, ABET. She is currently professor and the head of department. His research interests are smart healthcare technology, including artificial intelligence and medical applications. So, Dr. Sandy, thank you for your contribution in advance. You have 15 minutes for your presentation. I will stop my screen. You can share yours, and you have 15 minutes for your presentation. The floor is yours. You can start, Doctor, please. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you for hosting me in this. Thank you for the elegant project, and thank you for the Beirut Arab University and hosting me for this event. It will be a great pleasure to talk about the process of innovation in healthcare technology. I will share my screen.
Good.
Good.
Let's start. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So basically, let's imagine the world of healthcare technology by fast forwarding to 2025. So did you hear about nanorobots? These nanorobots can play entirely different role inside our human body, traveling through our bloodstream in order to measure vital signs, to destroy infection, to treat diseases, and many others. We should see the beginning of testing of such application by 2025. Efforts also are aimed at developing handheld portable diagnostic devices that can scan the human body and give diagnosis within seconds. With the COVID-19 pandemic, the usage of wearable devices and telemonitoring has increased tremendously. As for augmented reality, it could be used in medical education and during surgeries to see throughout anatomical structures. We can expect advanced application to emerge by 2025. Artificial intelligence will revolutionize medicine. It will make smart and fast analysis of the huge medical data in order to assist physicians in their diagnosis. Digital technology and AI have unimaginable potential. Within the next couple of years, they will redesign healthcare and will revolutionize every area of our life. As technology has improved and become more widely available, healthcare companies and professionals from different specializations are now embracing innovation, design thinking, and entrepreneurial habits. The objective of my presentation today is to present a comprehensive roadmap for identifying, inventing, and implementing a new health technology innovation. So let's start with the base on the FDA process, Food, Drug, and Administration. The design development process of any healthcare technology follow these 5 steps. Where the first in the beginning, we have the device discovery and concept, where researchers create what we call the proof of concept. Second, we have the preclinical research, the prototyping phase. In this phase, the device is not for human use. Then we have the pathway to approval of the device. So basically, where we have the US Food and Drug Administration, the FDA review, and the post-market device safety monitoring. The FDA has classified the medical devices into different classes, going from class 1, which we call the low risk of illness, such as the stethoscope, and we have the class 2A, such as surgical gloves, hearing aids, diagnostic ultrasound, class 2B, which have the defibrillator, medium to high risk devices, and class 3, which are the unreasonable risk of illness or injury, the very high risk implantable devices such as cardiac pacemakers and others. And surely regulations will increase from class 1 to class 3, from the low risk to the high risk devices. If you will now look to the Stanford process of biodesign, they divide the design into 3 phases. Identifications, where we identify the different needs and we should select the top needs in order to work on them to invent a solutions. In this part of inventing, we generate a concept, and it could be many concepts, and then we select one concept. The top concept will be selected in order to be implemented where we have to handle the risk before launching the project. So the inventing phase, here it's very important in order to know how to identify the problem in order to solve it. Because as it's already said by the CEO of Incube Labs, the biggest challenge for me was which problem to solve. So whenever we want to identify problems in healthcare technology, we have to identify the disease states or the clinical problem by asking all these different questions. We have to benchmark existing solutions and to identify all the different stakeholders and to do the required market analysis. The second phase is inventing, because innovation is now recognized as the single most important ingredient in any modern economy. So in order to do that, we should look first at the intellectual property, second at the regulatory basics, third to develop a good business model, fourth and last and not least, develop a concept exploration and test it in order to be implemented. So let's talk about a case study that has been developed at the Biomedical Engineering Department at Hollywood University of Caslick. It's Savvy Baby. It tackles supermom. Supermoms are these moms, working mothers that have to struggle in order to juggle between their family obligation, their baby handling, and also their work duties. These moms consist more than 73% of the women in Canada, more than 43.6% of women in Europe, and 67.8% in the United States. So what we comes to these moms to tell them that why we're not developing a wearable device for their kids, where they can monitor wirelessly using a mobile application the different vital signs. They can geolocalize their baby, and they can have also seen if if they cry or not, and with a certain video live monitoring. All of these using a mobile application. So the every baby product or device comes, and by comparing to its competitors, it has high number of functionalities, and with a fully integrated intelligence system using AI algorithm in order to help the moms or the nurseries or the person taking care of the babies in order to make decisions. What are the different stakeholders for such projects? We have insurance companies, medical professionals, nurseries, parents, pharmacies, babies, and any others. Let's talk a little bit about our business model canvas. So first, we should introduce the customer segment. In this case, it could be the parents, the pharmacies, the high-tech shops, the nurseries. Second, what is our value proposition? We have 6 features in one device with a dedicated mobile application with an integrated artificial intelligence algorithm, and it's wide range, age range. If we want to take about the channels, how we will reach the customers and how we reach them. So using online web store, baby care stores, pharmacies, electronic stores. As a customer relationship, so sure, we are very close relation with our customers, so using warranty, maintenance, and others. So if you want to look at it to the revenue stream, we're selling the product with ads on the mobile, the hardware products, and the employees cost structure constitute the cost structure of our application of our device. So our main activities are the research development, marketing and sale, quality and controls. As for the key partners, the manufacturers, shipping companies, and finally, we have the key resources, etc. So basically, what we can say here is like technology has and will always play a primordial role in healthcare technology innovation. These medical devices are very crucial, either in the diagnosis or in preventing or in monitoring and even in treating many diseases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hannah. Is there any question? Okay, please. Okay, thank you for your contribution, Dr. Rihana, and hoping we will have a future cooperation with you in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will move now to the next speaker, but I'll just to share my screen.
Dr. Abdullah.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Doctor, just to introduce you, Dr. Abdullah, just to introduce you.
Yes, yes.
Mute your microphone to introduce you, Dr. Abdullah.
For sure.
Merci beaucoup. So I will introduce Dr. Abdullah Qasim. He will present wearable biomedical devices, hardware and software. Dr. Abdullah Qasim from Notre Dame University, Lebanon. Dr. Qasim has previously worked as a research assistant at STEM Neurotechnology Laboratory at the École Polytechnique de Montréal, Canada. We still cooperate with this laboratory doing some researches. He received the PhD degree in microelectronics from University of Quebec in Montreal in 1992 and master and PhD microelectronics from École Polytechnique de Montréal in 1996 and 2004 respectively. From 1996 to 2000, he taught computer architecture, microprocessor, digital electronics courses at laboratories at AUB, LAU, and Lebanon. Prof. Qasim joined Notre Dame University, Louisy in 2005 as an assistant professor in the electrical and computer engineering department. He was promoted to the rank of full professor in 2020. Mabruk. Prof. Qasim published more than 70 papers in reviewed journal, books, chapter, and international conference proceeding. He is an associate editor in IEEE Access and guest editor Elsevier, AEU, International Journal of Electronics and Communication. His research interests include microelectronics, design testing, very large-scale integration, semiconductor devices, modeling and simulation, microprocessor, engineering, education, and management, ultrasonic application, hardware, software, mashallah, embedded system, healthcare application, e-health, and m-health. Prof. Qasim is a professional engineer in Lebanon, order des ingénieurs du Liban, نقابة المهندسين. He is senior member at the Institute of Electro and IEEE and organizer of TPC member of many IEEE international conference. Dr. Abdullah, أهلا وسهلا.
Habibi, thank you.
The floor is yours, yeah, Dr. Abdullah. I stop my screen. You can share yours, and you have 15 minutes for your presentation. Go ahead.
Inshallah. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So first of all, thank you, BAU. Thank you, Dr. Zaert, Dr. Everybody. So I don't know if you have you can see my presentation or not yet.
Not yet.
Nothing.
Waiting your presentation.
So I shared it already. Dr. Sabhi, what happened?
It doesn't appear. You should, if it's not possible, Dr. Ali, if you have the presentation, you can share it.
Yes, we have. Mustafa can share the presentation. Mustafa, please.
So,
you can start.
So, by the way, it's very interesting what Sandy told. What Sandy's talk. I like it very much because. So maybe it's a continuity. What she said was what I have to do because he said something concerning the entrepreneurship, innovations, etc. And now, and maybe I can go a little bit in technical parts. So now, thank you, Sandy, very much for your presentations. It helps you too much to start my presentation. Right now, I don't know if you have it now.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
My own presentation or your presentation? Let me see.
No, your presentation, yours.
Thank you. So I'm lucky. So very good. So, okay, let's go. Dr. Sabhi, thank you again. Thank you, Ali.
Sorry, Dr. Abdullah, you're seeing my presentation.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mustafa.
No, it is your presentation or my presentation?
This is our shared presentation.
It's mine.
Okay. So I'm confusing كلها على الانترنت بلبنان يا دكتور صبحي كنت ظبطها انت قصه الانترنت بلبنان. So did you see what you have now? What's your slide I have in your you have my agenda? Agenda. Great. Thank you. So we have wearable biomedical devices. So in terms of hardware and software. So I will start my agenda by the introduction. What we had already before the wearable biomedical devices, WBD, what we have today, and I will do some examples what we did in our university, and where we go in the future. And Sandy mentioned something what we have to do in the future, and finally as a conclusion. Before starting, so I have something from Mercedes CEO, Dieter Zetsche. He describes the inventions of the features. So I found it's very interesting what he said. He's from Mercedes, from car manufacturers, and I found it something very interesting what he said. He mentioned that the software will disrupt most traditional industry in the next 5 to 10 years. So he mentions this in 2017, so it's 3 years ago. And he mentions that the intelligent artificial computer becomes exponentially better in understanding the world. And Sandy mentions this again in his presentation. In terms of cars, he mentioned that we near 2020, for sure, we will have a self-driving car. And already they started in the United States, and we know Google is working on it. So I just to switch to the biomedical or to the medical devices. So we find too much in AI, are working the deep learning. And in terms of health, he mentioned that the Western, IBM Western already helps nurses diagnosing cancers 4 times more accurate than the human nurses. And here, in terms of nurses, so it's not physicians. So nurses, for sure, they cannot be accurate enough just like the physician, but we can say the computer is going very fast. The technology is going well in terms of software. As health, there are companies who will build medical devices or device called tricorders for Star Trek that work with your phone. So you can use your smartphone and they can take your retina scan, your blood sample, or even when you breathe inside, you can get some information from your body. As in terms of biomedical, he mentions, he said there are 54 biomarkers can be analyzed to do some diagnosis of disease. So we can identify many things with this technique, and it will be not expensive, and everybody in the world can get this system or this software, let's say, including AI, intelligence artificial. Where we arrive or where we are. So here you can see we have this pictures. So I use this pictures. I want to enlarge this pictures. I hope we don't have any problem. In reality, we started the wearable biomedical device in the one starting this century 2020. So we have century 20. So we have a 65. They use it by NASA, and already NASA use it to measure some movement, some pressure for the astronaut. So already in 1965, we have already started. And we go to the 1991. In 1991, we design what we call the view and blueprints. We remember it's our best time when we saw this blueprint. And then it's going better and better. And in 2009, we have the commercial EEG. And you see, even Nike work to wear something to measure some a pace or distance when you are walking extra. So this is not new. It's already started before. So this, it was like for commercial. It was for the people who want to do some business. And then we have this technique. So why do not create something new? So why we don't put every single element inside the body or on the scale of the body can be implant or not? And this sensors can do many things. For example, like you can measure the ECG of this person. We can measure the blood, when walking, when sleeping, and rest mode or whatever. So we can use it. We can use some hardware. And this hardware can help or can measure the information from your body and then send it to a specific specialization. So physician, we can send to the hospital to inform everybody. How we can do it, for sure, you need to use some hardware, another hardware like your smartphone, your computer, or any other devices can be used, and then send the information. Sending the information, for sure, you need a bandwidth, a good bandwidth. Like, for example, if you want to work in real time, so you need an internet. I don't know if it's working in Lebanon, but you have an internet, and then you have to send the information. And here, this part here, we need people that can work very good in software. How can they can do the data acquisition? Which sensor I'm receiving from my smartphone? So technically, it's not so complicated to do this kind of work. I summarize it in this some block diagram, let's say. So here we have many sensors, like we want to measure the ECG from the body, from the heartbeat rate. We can put some sensor near the knee here, and we put the joint. We see what happened with this joint. So like we call it IMU, Inertial Measurement Unit. And we have other sensor for many activity. We can put it in the body or in the skin of the body, let me say. And we have many other things like body sensor network. So this body sensor network is a sample sensors that are used to detect some things like, as I mentioned, EEG or ECG, whatever. And then we have to send it to a specialist here. And which for sure you need a gateway. And this gateway, for sure, we need people that can analyze, or somebody, intelligent persons that can program some algorithm as AI or deep learning to do this information. And for sure, we can store this information inside and sending via the internet. So here is a sample way to explain the part of the hardware and the software, especially if you want to do something innovate, and you want to do your own startup. So maybe we can think about this. What we did in our university, really it's a sample final year project done by my student. And we have some hardware, and this hardware is very simple. It's a microcontroller, and we use some analog circuits. And for sure, we need to transfer the information to a smartphone. And so we can use, because we wear this device, and we have our smartphone in our hand. So it's the simplest way to send the information via Bluetooth. And this one, what we can do, we can measure what we call the R2R. So measuring R2R, so this is the peak voltage that we say in terms of hardware part. So we have the voltage, what we call in biomedical, we call the R2R. So this one measures this one, I can measure the heartbeat rate. And this heartbeat rate can be set by the physician. The physician says this person or this patient, it can have like 40 bit, how we can say the heartbeat rate is 40 the minimum, and the maximum it is 130. So it's mean when he's very calm and is a rest mode, this is the worst case, it is 40. And what is the maximum rate, what he's running, it is like 30. So the user, what he can do, when starting doing some activity, he should mention to the smartphone, I'm doing this activity. For example, I'm doing sport. And now we can detect the sports, we can detect the number here. Once this number is increasing, this maximum for many times, like we can set this repetition for 15, 16, depend how we can set it according to the physician. So for sure we have so we can predict maybe this person will have a heart attack, or maybe he has a problem with his heart. So when we have a problem here, it is a problem, we have a problem. So we stop the sensor. The sensor are connected to the body, and we send the information to the medicine or to the doctor or to the emergency hospital with the location of this person. And now we can ask him or her to go to the hospital very fast and simple. Another application, which is again, this application, by the way, we did a patent for this application. So we have this hardware, and this hardware, we have to connect to this software, which is internally of the smartphone, which is what we call the asthma care or smart asthma care. So we can blow from a hardware here, send the information to the smartphone, and this hardware, when we blow inside, so which is here, we get the information, and this information, we have a specific liter per minute, and the data is saved inside the smartphone, and then we can send it to the physician later on, or if we have, if it can be set by the user. And we did we upgrade the system by using for the children. We put 5 candles, and then we ask the children to blow or to do something using flow meter to put off the candle light. So here is another way, and the information can be sent directly to the physician. And this physician we save the information inside. So I took some information from the internet, from some companies, and they create over for the non-invasive glucose-wise. So not for, let we say, non-invasive. So we don't need to take blood outside of your finger and measure your sugar or your glucose from your body. So it is a sample system, and it uses a smartphone. So we can see here, we have already the technology is going fast, and for sure we have others. As future, where we have to go? So we have the features going, as Sandy mentioned. We have a new technology, which is the flex system. So you have your hardware, and your hardware is flexible. So when it is flexible, so you can put it anywhere in your body, so your joint or any place in your body. So it can help too much to detect or to sense something. So we have many components inside in terms of hardware. So even we have an antenna for RF communication, radio frequency communication. You have a controller inside, and you have many things inside. So this one can help too much in our future, and especially in biomedical. So this gives an idea how we can create something. We have the insulin path. This has already started. So this is hardware, and this hardware can detect the sugar, and accordingly, it injects the medicine inside your body. So here it is new. It was old. Now it's new. It's not 100% in the market now. They are doing many tests, and in Dubai they have already tested. Not only in the small machine. Now we are thinking to wear the MRI. You remember this MRI is big one. So now with Professor Sawan and other researchers that are working to wear the device. You can wear the MRI system. You can put it in your body, and you can walk, and you can measure the information or take information from your body. So this is a wearable device. We can put it, so we can go better by using this technique like this one. Even going inside your brain, so we can go to your brain. You can take some picture from your brain, and we can analyze some signals from your brain, and maybe we can think, we can get information from your brain according to what you are thinking right now. So this is again new, and they are working to take information from your brain to display images. So maybe you are dreaming. You are at night, and maybe you see a nightmare, whatever, and maybe we can display. They are working too much on this one, so maybe we can display your dream. Even your dream, it is 1,000 images per second or more. So maybe we can do it. So they are working too much inside. In addition, they can do some activity on your brain. So maybe we can put some sensors that can send information to your brain and get information from your brain. For the guys of Parkinson's guys, so we can the patients, we can stimulate something from their brain to put them in the right way. So we can take information, we can send information to this brain. So you don't need even to do the whole inside the cortex of the human. So not invasive. So we take information and we can send information to this brain. And we think, why not? As maybe we have same picture as Sandy. So why not to have one single device, and this device you can do whatever with your body. This is really, it's virtual right now, 100% virtual. But where we can go, I don't know. In my time, we used this the phone, cellular phone, Motorola. It was 2 kilograms, and now it is like 1,000 milligrams. So it is 10 grams. Okay. As conclusion, where we have to go, what we have to do in terms of invention or innovative system we can do. So we have to think the hardware is going very small. We are in nanotechnology. We are less than 8 nanotechnology. We have some processor, some microprocessor at 7 nanotechnology done by AMD. And this technique is going flexible and very fast. We can go to 3 gigahertz, 4 gigahertz frequency. So we can use this technology, and the technology is growing very fast. So we need people in software. And this software engineer needed to do something in parallel, so doing parallel programming. So we have multiprocessor. We will have nearby, I don't know, maybe next year we'll have 64 processor inside a CPU, inside your computer, in one single chip. And doing this, for sure, you need somebody to control everybody. So maybe we can go to the AI and biomedical, or you could do deep learning. In addition, which is very important, very, very important, the security way in terms of hardware and in terms of software. Especially we have data saved in the cloud or saved somewhere. So we need to protect this data. And when we transmit information from device to everybody, here again, we need another hardware security. And this and I don't know if I'm going very fast. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah, for this presentation, which links many activities and many fields.
Sure.
Radio frequency communication, my field, for example, microelectronics, microcontroller, software, hardware, biomedical applications, etc.
Yes.
But here I need from you an additional link.
Entrepreneurial.
What is the link with entrepreneurship and innovation?
Exactly.
And how to include that for enhancing IT curricula in universities?
Exactly. So the best thing here in terms of startup company. So before starting, we have to think in hardware and you have to think in software. I see we saw the presentation of Sandy. So he mentioned the process, how we can implement any product or how we can do this product. So we have no problem for this implementation. But in terms of IT, so for sure we need people in terms of IT. So let's go in parallel processing. Let's program in parallel. We don't have enough people that can work in parallel. So we can start up a company to do something with the parallel processing, to train people to do some parallel processing. And when I say parallel processing in terms of software, not in terms of hardware. As I mentioned, we have 64 nearby. Next year, we will have 64 processor inside a chip, inside a circuit. So we need people to manage this processor. We don't need only the operating system to manage this processing. So this is another way to start a company with this one. I don't know if I answered to your question, Dr. Subhi.
Anyway, thank you for any additional questions, please, from the audience. Anyone would like to ask any question to Dr. Abdullah? As you know, otherwise, Dr. Abdullah, shukran jazeelan, many thanks for your contribution.
Habibi. So I want to start my presentation off.
Okay, we're hoping we will cooperate together, especially in the field of
no problem for sure. Dr. Ali Haidar, Ali Zart are there, so we have the connection.
You connect for micro, you can connect with me for antennas and radio frequency part. Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
I know for sure.
Shukran, Dr. Abdullah. We will move now.
Shukran,
thank you. To our next speaker, who is Dr. Ali Zart from our university, Beirut Arab University, about innovation of Braille copy machine. Dr. Ali Zart was a senior software developer at the Department of Research and Development Semiconductor inside Ottawa, mashallah, both of you from Canada, during 2001. In 2001, he started his work in the capacity as the assistant professor at the Department of Biomedical Technology, College of Applied Medical Sciences, King Saud University, Saudi Arabia. In 2004, he transferred to the Department of Computer Science, College of Computer and Information Science in 2010, and he has been promoted to associate professor in the computer science. Since 2011, he has been a faculty member at the Department of Mathematics and Computer Science, Faculty of Science at our university, Beirut Arab University. On March 2016, he has been promoted to the full professor rank in computer science. Currently, he is the director of the Center of Continuing and Professional Education and director of the Center of Entrepreneurship. He received the MSCD in 1996 and PhD in 2001 in computer science from the University of Sherbrooke in Canada. So, Dr. Ali, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes for your presentation, Dr. Ali. You can start. You can start, Dr. Ali. تفضل يلا.
Thank you, Dr. Subhi. I will share my presentation.
يلا.
It is okay now?
Yes, it's okay. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, done. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ali Azhar from Beirut Arab University. The title of my presentation is Innovation of Braille Copy Machine. Agenda, first we start with introduction and then Braille system. And after that, we go to the design of our Braille copy machine. And then we focus on the Braille image processing problem. And after that, we go to testing or test our Braille copy machine. Introduction. Braille is a very important communication code for low vision and blind people. There is a large number of old Braille documents that have started to wear out, and they need to be reproduced so that they can be preserved and copies made available to many people. The objective of this innovation is to build a Braille copier that produces a copy of the original document on plain Braille paper. Method used requires optical recognition and image processing technique so that Braille paper can be copied in a similar way to copying ordinary printed text. Braille history. Braille is a writing system which enables blind or partially sighted people to read and write through touch. It was invented by Louis Braille, a French teacher of blind in 1824. The Braille document is composed of Braille cell. Each Braille cell is made up of 6 dots, arranged in rectangular made of 2 columns and 3 dots. Each Braille cells can represent a letter, a number, or symbol. We can represent English Braille letter by one single cell, A, B, C, D, etc., and also Arabic Braille letter by one Braille cell. But for the number from 0 to 9, we can represent each Braille by 2 cells. Okay? For that, our Braille copy machine, the idea behind this innovation, we start with the Braille document, all the Braille document, for example, we go to scanner, we scan the document, utilize an ordinary flatbed scanner to scan copy an original Braille document, producing an image. Here in PC, we can process the image to maintain all parameters of the Braille document. After that, we send the information detected from the Braille document to the Braille embasser. And the Braille embasser will copy the same location of the Braille, of the dot on new document. Here, the Braille copy machine design. We have assembly all the part here. This machine is formed of, first, we have a scanner cover. We have a scanner. And also, we put the original Braille document into a scanner. And in scanned Braille white document, it is very difficult. It is very difficult to differentiate between the dot, the verso dot and the dot and its background. So we put yellow glasses yellow transparent plastic glasses can be placed to detect the feature to differentiate between the background and the dot of the braille. And here the output will be copied braille document output. And in this part, we put a plain braille paper. And also we developed a control panel user interface, here the place of user interface. Then the fundamental stages of braille copy are the scan is the first stage. The next stage is the more difficult, and it is the bottleneck of our invention is image processing technique. These techniques can be applied to process braille dot in scanned braille images. They include image segmentation, image rotation, dot detection, and cell detection. When we detect all the dot and the cell, we send all in text file to the embosser. Braille printing, the braille embosser is controlled through our braille copier interface using two steps. First, allocating the ASCII code for all cells in each line, and then drawing the processed cells in each line with their coordinate. Now we go to the stage of image processing. Here we have double-sided braille image. What is double-sided? The blind people can read from first face and second face. We have in the same hard copy two faces in braille, okay? But when we scan the image, we can see the double faces, double sizes in the same image. This is the main problem. Here we can see the recto dot and the verso dot. Recto dot is bright followed by dark region, and verso dot dark followed by bright region. Here we can see the histogram of that image. The histogram is almost homogeneous, but in general, it is not homogeneous. It has composed of three distribution. Here we assume that the histogram of the image is composed from three beta distribution. The first mode is represented by, represent the dark region of recto and verso dot. The third mode represent the light region of recto and verso dot. And this one is represent the background, the gray, the background. Our objective in image processing is to separate the dark region from the bright region in order to detect the small detail about the recto and verso dot. We apply image segmentation technique, and we can have this new formula of image thresholding. We estimate the threshold 1, and we estimate the threshold T2. After estimating these two thresholds, we apply this two thresholds on the original double-sided or single-sided braille image, and we obtain this segmented image. Now is the problem, how to differentiate between the recto and verso dot. We can see here, if we have single original double-sided braille image, after segmentation we obtain this segmented image. We search on the recto dot. The next image, all the recto dot are detected, and after that we start to do cell for each 6 or 1 or 2 cells into one cell. This image detected by recto cells in image. Here we can see all the recto dot are detected. But what about verso dot? Verso dot is another processing to detect the verso. This is the same image, but here we detect verso dot, the recto dot and verso dot. After detecting the verso dot, we do the same. We put all dot together into cells. This is the cells of Braille verso dot. The work with image processing, it is not easy. If we have some damage in the paper or some noise, it is very, very hard to detect all the dot. After detecting the cells, okay, we start to convert Braille cell into text information. Here in this example, we have, for example, 3 cells, cell 1, 2, 3. We represent these 3 cells by 3 arrays of information, and so on. Then we can convert all the detected cell into text information. This text cells will send to Braille embosser and not Braille copier. Braille embosser, the Braille embosser will print the same location as original on the new hard copy. During our work, we have worked on the printing algorithm of the end command. Okay, and we do programming for the scanner, and also we do a Braille copy interface. If we want to print one copy or single copy, for that, we developed this all interfaces in order to facilitate the task of our Braille machine. Here we do a test. This is an original single-sided Braille document. Okay, we send this document to our Braille copier, and we detected this the same quality. To validate our result, a blind people in our project tested and validated the both document, the original and the copied. They said it is the same dot and same cell and same letters. This is our validation. Okay, and finally, the inventing Braille copy machine, we got US patent, we got gold medal in Malaysia Technical Expo, and silver medal in Genève Salon International des Inventions. Les inventors, the inventors of this innovation, Dr. Abdelmalik Salman from King Saud University, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and myself, and Mr. Khalid Al-Hukail from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and Mr. Yusuf Al-Suhaibani from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and Mr. Al-Hukmani from Saudi Arabia. This project was supported by King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And thank you, and you are welcome for any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Dr. Ali, I have same questions like I asked to Dr. Abdullah.
Yes.
What is the link with our webinar and with our entrepreneurship? And again, how can we enhance the IT programs within your talk?
Yes. This is a master project for a student. We have grant for this master student. And after that, we did an innovation. And the next, after this Braille copier, is incubation. We will do after that pre-incubation, incubation, and post-incubation. Because this project was granted with limited time, we stopped in that stages is the Braille copier. The next step was aware it should be incubation. And this is an innovation inside the Entrepreneurship Center.
Okay. Any additional questions, please? Any additional questions? Okay, shukran, Dr. Ali. Thank you, Dr. Ali, for your presentation. We will move now to the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Ivana Pavlic from University of Dubrovnik from Croatia. Dr. Ali, mute your microphone. Mute your microphone, please, and stop your screen. Dr. Ivana Pavlich is professor of marketing at the University of Dubrovnik, Department of Economics and Business with experience in neuromarketing, social selling, integrated marketing communication, and consumer behavior and social SE. She was leader or member of team responsible for the development of a new modernizing of existing undergraduate, graduate, and the professional curricula at the University of Dubrovnik, and participated in project developing transversal skills of youth. For her work in an area of marketing skill, Dr. Pavlich won many awards at national and international student competition, including those financed by large multinational corporation. She has extensive experience of teaching at different levels of higher education in Croatia and abroad. Dr. Ivana, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes for your presentation. You can start, please. Thank you. I will stop my screen. You can share your screen and you can start. Merci. Okay. It seems you are muting. Will you please unmute your microphone?
Yes.
Doctor? Okay, good. You can start.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we see your presentation and you can start.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for such nice introduction. And I wish good afternoon to all of you. And first of all, I want to say that it is a great honor and a pleasure to be here with you today and on this way and to give a small contribution to this webinar, Emerging Trends in ICT for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And thank you very much for invitation. My presentation is focused on neuromarketing and entrepreneurial potential of effective computing. First of all, I want to say something about neuromarketing, and it is a very popular topic in research in marketing science. And the goal of neuromarketing is to adapt theories and methods from neuroscience, social psychology, behavioral economy, and computing technology in order to develop a neuroscientifically sound explanation of the impact of marketing on target consumer behavior. Why it is important? Well, it is important because neuromarketing uses neurosciences theories to gain access to otherwise hidden information in a different way of researchers. And such information materializes through the observation of a neural process without asking people directly for their thoughts, for their emotions, for the feelings or decision-making strategies. And the concept, this concept was, it's a really young concept, is referred by Al Smith from 2002, and he studied the cerebral mechanism to understand consumer behavior. Well, it is very interesting to see the differences and the relation between traditional classic marketing and neuromarketing. So as you can see here, traditional marketing helps to analyze the surface of consumer, and neuromarketing going deeper, and it helps marketers to analyze what is below the surface of consumers. All the traditional market research still has a place and will have a place in neuromarketing. In research worlds, neuromarketing offers a layer of deep and inside the traditional market research simply cannot assess. Traditional market research relies on self-report methodologies which are full with a number of biases and can skew the results. For example, we have response bias, self-assessment bias, research bias, accessible motion states, and observation bias. And for example, response bias, we are only all human, and there are a number of things in an interview settings that can influence our answers, and it is a problem. And also, for example, self-assignment bias, this is in our inability to assess our emotions and express our true emotional states using consistent language and terminology. And what is important is researcher bias, that traditional market research relies heavily on interpretation of the researchers and theoretical models, and both of which are often non-scientific. The result is information that is left open to subjective interpretation and studies that cannot be easily replicated or blinded or nor. On the other side, neuromarketing offers a number of methodologies that do not rely on our own interpretative frameworks and they are less prone to researcher biases. What is important to point out here is that neuromarketing bypasses all these biases and goes straight to the source, to subconscious, that is what we want to investigate. It provides granular insights that would never have been achieved through the traditional market research. And it provides a number of methodologies that reflect a quantitative output of emotional and cognitive states on a per second biases. Also, on this slide, you can see some techniques applied in neuromarketing. There are a number of techniques, and they can be divided in 3 sections. For example, first is neural activity inside the brain, CNS. And second is neural activity of peripheral nervous system, NPS, and also other techniques. The most common used techniques are EEG, electroencephalogram, and functional resonance imaging, fMRI. And the major advantage of all these methods you can see here: electroencephalogram, steady-state topography, or for example, galvanometer, facial coding, eye tracking, or etc. All these different methods and procedures for neurological researches or investigation is in reduction the method bias from traditional methods, as we saw on the previous slide. The neuromarketing has lots of benefits for application in business. There are really plenty of benefits. For example, getting the full image from customers, then we can analyze the unconscious reaction. Then we can use a psychological reaction to improve the content that we want to present. So also gathering concrete and reliable data and gaining value for money. Because traditional market research studies can only give so much information about the opinions of consumers. When we are talking, for example, about online service review, phone calls, or reaction on social media, it all gives external image of how consumers view our business. And neuromarketing helps us to stay ahead of competition for a long term. And also, for example, analyze of unconscious reaction with different, for example, neuromarketing tools and techniques can explore what can go beyond our typical word-of-mouth consumer research. Instead, we can observe facial expression, body language, eye movement, unconscious reaction, and even hormonal reaction of respondents. When someone reads a book or, for example, watch some movie or commercial, there are always certain parts that trigger for the different reaction in them. And exactly this approach, applying the neuromarketing, gives companies the opportunities to explore these reactions based on the content they provide their customers with. Whether we are talking, for example, about the landing page of our websites or informative blog articles, social media posts, email marketing, they all have trigger, and that can help, for example, establish what creates a reaction for our target audience. As a result, the company are better equipped to adapt existing content and create more effective future content, specifically aimed at pleasing their audience. And also, neuromarketing can help brands to tap into the reaction that happened on the subconscious level, which offers way to focus on changing those reactions, how to change those reactions. And besides all these benefits, also this approach, neuromarketing has some also disadvantages. And on the next slide, we will see how we can bypass those disadvantages. Well, for example, the most the most common question is ethical concern and especially privacy. And then we have also problem with the professional skills and the knowledge, and also very often is mentioned expensive equipment. For ethical concerns, people, when heard for neuromarketing, they automatically associated with the attacking of privacy and consumers. And the really truth is far from it. This type of marketing simply acts as a psychological for a larger audience connected by a shared need for a product or service. It is a way companies read behavior of their consumers to learn from it and then use to convert them into the customer's needs. And also mentioned point is professional skills and knowledge. A while back, these neurological findings required medical background and education. And now, as we can see the neuro tools on the previous slides, online knowledge can help market to overcome this knowledge, because technological can now interpret heat maps or stats or other metrics and provide user with a result that can help to reach educational conclusions. Anything that requires, for example, detailed analysis and complexity related to cost, it's normal in the term, especially in the term with the equipment. And also, neuromarketing is no different. The equipment necessary to conduct these studies used to incur very high costs, but these things change because as technological has developed, and neuromarketing also equipment is now more common and available for everyone who wants to apply this approach. And relating to privacy, with the growing presence of privacy policy, the introduction of GDPR and other data protection legislation it's safe to conclude that people are concerned about sharing their data. But neuromarketing can also raise some red flags at the very mention in regard to this notion. But the purpose of neuromarketing is first to help companies, to help a business to change the reaction of people to their brand, according to their brand and products, by tailoring their needs and improving their needs. And also here you can see some strategies that can be applied in a business. For example, first one is using sound and colors to send different products. What will happen? It has immediate impact of a human brain. So why? Because strong sounds make people subconsciously participate in a dark object. Music can more include to high frequency shifts the receiver attention to luminous object, because white is more attractive than black for people. Then, for example, the second strategy is decreasing frames in commercial. Why? It influences consumers through to commerce different kind of commercial, because we have different segments of the people. For example, people with high needs for uniqueness, they prefer to hear what they will lose if they don't buy the product, while on the other side we have a segment of the people, consumers with low needs for uniques, and they need to hear what they will gain from their purchase. And also, for example, the use of cycle rewards in consumers is also very attractive, because this method has the effect on convenience customers to return again and again, and we need loyal customers today in this condition. Also, we need to create efficient product design to offer most quality and unique packaging options today. And also, what is important, to apply strategy, for example, predict future success and how it influences the market success of our product, and also it can influence the time management and also market investment. The most common applied application for neuromarketing is branding, advertising, product tracking, and then packaging, focus group, UX and UI, and finally point of sale. Toward branding, companies are often comforted with the need to understand whether their brand is convenient, the desired attributes according to strategic goals. And also for advertising, the evaluation of emotional positioning of the brand, it is associated with the attributes with the consumer neuroscience allow to complete understanding of brand. To ask a question such, is my brand positively perceived? What kind of emotion does it cause? How is my brand emotionally positioning against the competition? And with these brand insight, company are able to find all weaknesses and strengths to define a stronger brand on the market and to align more business goals. And also for advertising, by measuring changes in psychological reaction, companies can implement declarative techniques to get a more complete picture of what's happening in the consumer's mind when exposed to ad. For example, is the ad attracting attention, engaging and communicating correctly on the way that we thought it will be? Also, product testing, innovating and introducing new products is the way that we can just arrive at the market. And product innovation is very important. Testing product is a case to avoid the costly and harmful mistakes that we can make without neuromarketing. Packaging is also very interesting application because inside provide valuable information for functionality, saliency, and attention and global perception of the product and brand itself. Then focus group use a very useful method of consumer behavior, traditional and also neuromarketing, but neuromarketing can read more than traditional approach, and we can find out, feel about different topics from the frame of information obtained through other sources, and sometimes this method can be really analyzed, difficult to analyze, and we can with neuromarketing bypass that problems. A unique experience of consumers is very important because we can ask, does the user navigate intuitively towards the goal of the application? Does the task require too many cognitive resources, or what emotion does the user experience trigger? So how brand attributes change when interacting with the interface, and interfaces are really improved by considering emotional, cognitive and behavioral data regarding the user behavior. And the final point of sale, why point of sale? Well, because neuromarketing research at the point of sale gives us insight where in the retail environment the customer feels what emotion. Therefore, for example, retailer understand which part of the store they need to redefine, and if the whole shopping experience is aligned with the goal. Here also you can see what are, for example, smart strategies for business that are also applied in a business, but this is still yet at the beginning. For example, limited edition, because creating a sense of urgency for the customer has been a technique that is used and proven to be extremely effective for the consumers. And stimulation, for nowadays business are pushing their marketing efforts to an impressive level, and as they offer their customers experience that goes beyond the common senses of sight and sound. The domain is long life learning, and with each new mystery are revealing the marketers understand better their target behavior and bring new sensorial elements. And then striking headlines, how it is important. Also, we sometimes don't think so. And efficient web design and ingenious packing. And finally, at the end, we can ask ourselves, is there a place for neuromarketing in the future, and is it crucial for the future? Well, all the technological is moving forward. Neuromarketing will have a really essential role to play, since the consumers are still human beings and conscious and subconscious reactions to different products and services. So if that is not enough, here is, I mentioned just a few more topics that will remind you that neuromarketing will remain crucial in the future. The first one is ads value. And why that? Because the data that business can gain from neuromarketing is very valuable asset, and that can help build the brands to last, improve the sales process and the range of our business, and etc. And also accessible neuromarketing equipment and tools are now much more common and accessible, not like before. Operating them no longer requires a qualified professional with a medical background. The knowledge is shareable and easy taught to others with the proper training. Then age-to-age companies. Companies are no longer interested in simple making a sale. We've gone behind B2C and B2B business plans, and we are now looking towards the future, targeting the individuals age to age. expectation and needs of customer is important. This is only achieved by integrating this approach, these techniques with other complementary techniques. And at the end and finally, to include technological innovation in all spheres. And it is very important because neuromarketing brings innovation to market research institutes, one of the greatest challenges of market research sector today, and also to the brands while assessing new consumer innovation. Thank you for your attention. Hope that I didn't waste too much time.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor, for your interesting presentation and for your contribution. Any question from the audience, please? Okay, many thanks again for your contribution.
Yes, you have my email, so you can contact me anyway.
Of course, sure. Especially University of Dubrovnik is the project coordinator, and we are a partner of the project. So for sure we will cooperate.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to hear from you. Thank you.
Many thanks again. And now we will move to the last presentation for this session with Ms. Ren Abbas, specialist technician. She will talk about Stone Age. Business is over, but let me introduce her before. With more than 17 years in the gaming industry and 15 years in higher education, Ren Abbas is one of the first female game designer in the Middle East and the first to be founder of a video games company. She is the COO and co-founder of Wixel Studios, the first independent gaming company in Lebanon and one of the first in the MENA region. So she is also the CEO and founder of Speakatech, one of the few gaming academies in the region. Ms. Abbas' work has been recognized around the world, and she has won many awards, including the WIT Woman in Technology Award 2010, the WOW Award for Artistic Expression 2013, and the sixth New Arabic Woman Forum in ComWorld 5 Most Powerful Women in Gaming 2013. One of the world 100 Most Powerful Arab Women in both 2014 and 2015 as selected by the ArabianBusiness.com. Winner of the MIT Enterprise Forum Pan-Arab Region Competition 2017 and MENA Region winner in the Cartier Woman Initiative Award of 2019. In 2019, she also won the Best Animation Award at the RFF Paris International Award for her music video. Right now, she was featured in Forbes 2019, and she was a TEDx Beirut speaker in 2011. And now we have one you as speaker in our webinar. So the floor is yours, please. You can start. You can start your presentation. You have 15 minutes also for your presentation. Please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
So today, thank you for inviting me, and I'm really happy to be part of this event today. So today I will be talking about my story, how I worked and I became an entrepreneur in the gaming industry, especially in our region. Actually, it's the story will talk about creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship, how these three are really important as one body. Because creativity, we start with creativity to innovation to entrepreneurship. Sometimes we don't need a reason to do this. Sometimes it's only a solution for a problem. So especially nowadays, maybe we don't need the brainstorming because with all the problems around us. Maybe sometimes we only have to improve something already done, but with a more innovative way. So creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship is really important as to work all this together. Creativity can be in any field, in any industry, in any skill. So I think after all this long day, it's really important to maybe to tell you my story, not to do a really presentation. It will be more fun. In Lebanon, like I said, we still now in Lebanon and the MENA region, the gaming industry is still weak. We are still trying to boost the gaming industry in our region. It's one of the biggest industries in the world, can create millions of jobs. So it's my mission since 2008 to do this, and hopefully we will see this changing in the few years to come. It all started my entrepreneurial journey 13 years ago. I was working with DigiPen Nintendo US, between Lebanon and the US. I worked on more than 200 games. I had the chance to do this. I was the head of department, so everything was really good. It was a really decent job and interesting job to work in the gaming industry between Lebanon and US. But one day in Lebanon, I was going to the office and I was stuck on the road between fires because we had something, young people beating each other on the street, to defend the political leaders. So when I saw our youth on the road doing this, I was upset. And for me, I can't change anything. I know how to do games. So it came the idea to create a game, Duma game. Duma means puppets in Arabic. To create this game, to shift this reality and maybe to take this youth, these young people on the streets beating each other, to go online and play. We created this game and it was a really successful game. We didn't expect to be successful. More than 60 million people played this game. It was in 2007. Back then, there's no social media. It was only an online game. But how we did it, how this game really shifted this reality and why everyone was playing from all over the world this game. We created a innovative thing in the game. It's a scoring system. So real-time scoring system. While people playing this street fight game between the politicians online, if the politicians you chose as a player won, you can see the score of this politician raising online. So we created this fun thing to give motivation to people to play online, and it was a really big success. It was a surprise for us. We were 3 people working on this game only at night because we had jobs, and because of this success, I decided to work really crazy and to create my own company in Lebanon. It was Wix Studios, and it was in 2008. It was one of the first gaming companies in our region. And when I tell you gaming company in Lebanon, it's really difficult. Let me illustrate it for you. A gaming studio where there's no electricity all the time, no water all the time, the slowest and most expensive internet in the world, in war zone, no infrastructure, shitty economy, corruption, and no government support. So with all this, I created this company, and we did it game after game, client after client, because we created this advert games ecosystem in the MENA region. So we had clients, so client after client, we managed to do services, develop and publish our own games. And we won many international awards, and we were competing on the biggest stores in the world. Each game we created and published has an interesting story and message behind it. This is how we could compete it we competed all over the world, because in the gaming industry, it's every day we have thousands of games, publishing thousands of games online on all the stores. So it's really a big competition in this field. But because of the story behind each game, helped us to ship these games from our really small country and from the region to the world, and really to show our region on the map. I will give you an example. Survivor Race. It was a 3D game race, 3D racing game, done with small teams, small investment. When we did innovation in the gameplay, a game where we did not only raise awareness about global warming. In the story of the game, we used two Arabic heroes, a doctor and a racing champion, to save the humanity. And usually Arabic figures in games are usually terrorists or bad guys. And with awesome gameplay and awesome graphics, we competed on the biggest stores in the world. And the game was featured in books in the US. We won a lot of competitions. Me personally, I was one of the 5 women in the gaming in the world, most powerful entrepreneur in gaming. A lot of lists. I was featured in Forbes and many magazines. So, and also my company. So we succeeded with the innovation and creativity and entrepreneurship altogether to ship titles from Lebanon and from the region, MENA region, to the world. And also our latest game, Antura and the Letters. This game is to teach kids how to write and read Arabic. And this game, we had the guts to enter a global competition to create this game, along with really competition from all over the world. And we won the whole competition. We asked from Lebanon. It was a global competition. And now this game won a lot of awards, and not only that, a lot of countries from all over the world are using our game, Antura and Letters, to teach their kids their language, because it's a 3D game. It's a really fun game. It took a lot of time to do it, but we did it, and it's awesome. It's really, I love what we did with this game and how we are really shifting and shipping titles from here. And wait, I went crazier than that. A few years ago, I started Speak-A-Tech, an academy to teach kids and teens how to create their own video games, not only coding. And for me, I wanted to create this this academy. It was one of the first, I think we were still the first few academies in the gaming in the MENA region. And I wanted to shift kids from digital consumers to producer. Not only that, all kids are playing games, and all parents are nagging about their kids on the games all the time on the screen. For this academy was a solution for all these kids and parents to really shift this time on screen from really only playing to be productive. And not only that, we created a lab also with this academy. So it's academy and lab. We want to create mini developers. This is the only solution to shift the gaming industry region with education. So education is one of the solutions to boost this gaming industry. And if we boost the gaming industry in our region, we will create millions of jobs. Because in the gaming company of the production, you need art, coding, engineering, management, marketing, development, all these skills we needed from different majors from the universities. So this academy is shaping the future of the gaming industry. So. And actually, it all started because of my son. So my son told me, you do games, you have a gaming company, teach me how to do my own game, because everyone is playing, no one is creating. And because of him, I created the first course and then the second course. And now we had more than 3,000 students in our academy. We started as physical academy, and during Corona, we had already our online platform, but we directly shifted our pre-recorded courses to online real-time courses. Why? Because we saw all the students, all the kids and teens are using Teams or Zoom to study at school. So we gave them some time to practice on this platform. And we started our live stream. So during Corona, our business grew faster, and we did a lot of online courses from all the region and also from the world. And now we're growing in the MENA region, starting with the Gulf, and also we will grow in the Europe soon, and Japan, and also in the USA, because this academy can compete all over the world, because we're not only teaching kids coding, we're teaching them how to do their own video games. It's really important. We are using their passion, and also we are publishing these games online. So this is how we are empowering these kids, and we are giving motivation for parents to enroll their kids in our academy. And I'm really proud of what I did till now, from, like I said, from this small country, and now we're growing all over the world with our business. That's what I was talking about: creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship together. So if we really were innovative and creative in any field or in any market, we can grow. Competition is really important. We need to see our competitors, how we can be better than our competitors in any market, in any field, or in any business. There's a competitors for us. If there's no competitors, so no one is doing this. So you need to see our competitors, how we can compete, especially now, especially the small businesses must compete one another to gain market traction and ensure growth, and especially in technology. So if you fail to hop on top of the latest technology, you can lose business to companies that are doing this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution and for your intervention. Is there any question from the audience, please? Please mute, either ask a question or mute your microphone, please. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and hoping we will continue for future cooperation, inshallah. Shukran. Okay, now we will move to the last session of our webinar, the closing session. The event is conducted with a panel discussion, of course, it is concluded with a panel discussion on enhancing teaching, learning, and the graduate employability through university enterprise cooperation, where the floor now is given to experts from the mainly from the partner institutions to present their thought on the topic of to participate in a discussion on important contemporary issue related to entrepreneur. We will have in fact 4 intervention from the partner institution to our project, because the Elegant project, as I said, is coordinated by the University of Dubrovnik from Croatia. We will have two intervention from Dr. Niboshka Stotic, who is the coordinator of the project, from Dr. Iraj Haji, who is helping in coordinating the project, from Dr. Bassem Qaisi from the Modern University of Business and Science, and I invite also Dr. Juman Dergham from the Syndicate of Computer Science also to have a contribution in the closing session. I don't know if Iraj has joined Niboshka or not. I hope he is with us. Let me introduce first Dr. Niboshka Stotic, who is the Elegant Project Coordinator, as I said, from University of Dubrovnik, Croatia. He is the Vice Rector at University of Dubrovnik, Croatia, visiting professor at Staffordshire University, UK, and teaching fellow at Sergei Czechia. He is coordinator of the Erasmus Plus project Elegant. His research interests are innovation, industrial economics, and technology transfer. Results of this research were published in leading economic and business journals such as European Economic Review, Research Policy, Journal of Business Research, Small Business Economics, Journal of Technology Transfer, Regional Studies, and other. Okay. As coordinator and researcher, he participated in more than 30 projects financed under Horizon 2020, FP7, Erasmus Plus, Croatian Science Foundation, and other international and national programs. He is ranked among the 10 economics and business scholars in Croatia. I will introduce all speakers, and then we will start. The next one, I hope he has joined our colleague Iraj from also University of Dubrovnik. Dr. Iraj Hashi is Emeritus Professor of Economics at Staffordshire University, United Kingdom, where he has worked since 1978. He also has a part-time appointment as Professor of Economics and Assistant Coordinator, as I said, of the Elegant project at the University of Dubrovnik, Croatia. He has a long history of working on European projects. We had worked with him in 2014 on also in a project on entrepreneurship in Europe, going back to early 90s. He has previously worked on with the Lebanese University, as I'm saying, in the Tempus Aspire about entrepreneurship with our university and MUBS also. Our colleague, Dr. Bassem Qaisi, I worked with him since 2006 on European project, a professor from Modern University of Business and Science. Professor Qaisi is currently the Vice President for International Affairs at the Modern University of Business and Science in Lebanon. He has over 20 years of experience in human resources strategy, consulting, and as a higher education consultant and expert. He speaks and consults throughout the Arab and on a variety of higher education and management topics. Professor Qaisi coordinated and participated in more than 50 research capacity building and mobility projects funded by the European Union, World Bank, Agence Universitaire de Francophonie, and UNESCO. And of course, I invited Dr. Jumana Durham from the Syndicate of Computer Science in Lebanon. Dr. Jumana Durham is an associate professor at the University of Parliament and the vice president for the Syndicate of Computer Science in Lebanon. She is involved in activities related to building entrepreneurial skills among students and faculty members, building the bridge between the industry and the academia, and what are the scientific practices organized in a good process that help reaching good product. Her research interests fall into software engineering in general, and more particularly software process and best practices, software quality assurance, development methodology, and software assessment. She has supervised many final year projects where some of these projects won prizes as good startup, excellent, relevant to the webinar, startup idea, and she served as a jury member in different national and international contexts. So let's start. I will stop my screen. So let's start with our colleague, I think, Niboshka. Niboshka, the floor is yours. Dr. Niboshka, the floor is yours. You can start, please.
Dear Professor Subhi, dear colleagues, dear friends from Elegant Project, dear conference webinar actually participants, it is my great pleasure to be with you here. I apologize for not
Dr.
being
Niboshka,
from the very...
you have 5 to 10 minutes, no problems. Go ahead.
Okay. I apologize for not being here this morning from the very beginning, but this week our teaching was scheduled to online, so there were a lot of urgent things today, yesterday, tomorrow to sort out. This is a kind of webinar that we envisaged when Elegant Project was first prepared, and it is intended to share some important knowledges not just for institutions involved, but for our societies in a total. One question that I remembered that our dear friend Professor Subhi asked as almost all participants, and that I would like to start with my addressing is how is this related to entrepreneurship and innovation? I think this is a very important question. This is actually an essential question, because when we speak about prosperity of countries, when we speak about the ability of nations to grow, to provide their citizens with better standard of living, when we speak about success of individual industries, when we speak about success of firms on domestic or international markets, traditional way suggests that countries like, for example, my country, Croatia, or Lebanon or Jordan should climb gradually, developing competencies and for considerable time keeping one step behind in terms of technologies after advanced world. Of course, that path is very uncertain and it's very slow, but from time to time, there comes something that we economists like to call technological windows of opportunity. And currently we are living in one such technological window of opportunity. the one caused by the digital revolution. And digital revolution is not only changing digital transformation, the way we live, but also how we do our business. And for all countries, it is important to have entrepreneurs. I think we can all agree with that. But the real question is, when you are climbing towards the top, what kind of entrepreneurs we need? And for much rapid growth, for much rapid reaching of higher levels of development, I would argue, and I usually state this in all of my research, that we need entrepreneurs that will be at technological frontiers, those that would explode these windows of opportunity when they appear, and that would take a detour and take us towards higher levels of development. As we saw here, there are many applications that enable firms more easily to differentiate from their rivals and that are related to topics that are related also to our relevant project and topics of today's webinar. Of course, the question that arises from there, how this can be achieved. Of course, we need students. Its own is not much of use. You can put space technology in the middle of the desert. If there are no quality humans, we know how to use it. There's not much use in that. And for that, we need actually universities. We need good universities. We need universities with vision. And I can testify you from my modest experience in several of teaching in several countries on several continents, and having known now for almost a year our dear partners who are involved in elegant projects, that we are really dealing here with high quality technological universities. What this project aims, and what I think is equally important with this technological knowledge, is actually horizontal skills. It's skills that you know how to apply this technology, how to sell it on the market, how to use it in a, I would say, user-friendly way for your customers, and to reach what they know, and to learn how you can transfer, how you can get them for you and not for your rivals. So in a way, what I would start this discussion with is really a question, can we complement these technological knowledge, these technological skills that we use, that we definitely know people coming from these universities possess, how we can complement these with additional skills that will make one whole entrepreneur, somebody capable of pushing frontiers, not just in technology, but for society as a whole. So this will be just my opening thoughts, and I hope that we will have a fruitful heated discussion when other participants join.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nebushka. Thank you for your contribution. And you, of course, you are with us until the end of the, because we will take a photo at the end, okay? Yes, so Dr. Iraj is with us or not, Nebushka? He is not with us, it seems.
No, since last night he's having serious problems with internet. I don't see him here.
Yeah, he sent a message, no problem. Okay. We will move now to our colleague, Dr. Bassem Al-Qaisi from Modern University for Business and Science. Dr. Bassem, the floor is yours. You have up to 10 minutes. Since Dr. Iraj, you can take your time.
Okay, can you hear me?
Of course, we are hearing you. Go ahead.
Okay, I would like first to thank Beirut Arab University for the invitation to address the closing session of this webinar. I wish to extend my congrats to the webinar organizing committee for hosting this very successful event today, which has brought together a broad range of stakeholders for discussion on emerging trends in ICT for entrepreneurship and innovation, which normally bring with them both challenges and opportunities. Thank you as well to all speakers for an outstanding job sharing with us their valuable knowledge, insight, and experiences on ICT for entrepreneurship and innovation from educational and industrial perspectives. Please allow me now to add my own 4 to 5 reflections, recommendations related to the webinar topics based on the webinar presentations, but linked to the Lebanese context and to the objectives of the Erasmus Plus Elegant project. As basic drivers of the innovation system, entrepreneurs are influenced by digital transformations, particularly in their behavior related to the adoption of digital stimuli and the evaluation of opportunities. As noted in today's presentation, in the first session, by the interesting presentation from Professor Samir Al-Masri and Dr. Manal Yunus from LAU, entrepreneurs or digitalization concerns all spheres of social life. It determines the transformation of entrepreneurial and business models in different industries. The main reason for this is the changing needs of society regarding products and services that determine adaptations in the value creation process, as well as communication and cooperation patterns. This process in turn fosters innovative transformations of business models to it to the Lebanese context. And here, I'm sorry, I do not mean to be pessimistic, but rather realistic, as entrepreneurs currently in Lebanon are facing serious challenges, including high cost of failure, limited access to smart capital, a collapsing economy, and rising social unrest. In addition to the Beirut port explosion on August 4, 2020, all this COVID-19 challenges are causing pressure on entrepreneurs and negatively impacting the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Lebanon, including international rankings. One of these was recently released by the World Bank, a famous one called Doing Business. So the World Bank Doing Business 2020 ranked Lebanon as number 143 on, I think, 190 countries. One being the best and 190 the worst. So we are deteriorating in terms of business environment. Accordingly, a need for a fundamental support in terms of infrastructure and financial aid is required to avoid entrepreneurs and startup relocations from Lebanon. I move now to my third recommendation or reflection, which was tackled in the interesting presentation by Dr. Ivana from the University of Dubrovnik. I think across all the ICT for entrepreneurship challenges, and especially when dealing with topics such as robotics, cloud computing, big data, there are important societal aspects involving privacy, fundamental rights, and ethics. These are elements that would be good to discuss and taken into consideration in this context. The fourth recommendation relates to the legal framework. Mr. Philip, in the first session, tackled this issue quickly in his presentation. I think it's important that the legal framework is constantly being monitored upon, and that when necessary, it is adjusted to meet the technological and innovation ambitions of Lebanese ICT entrepreneurs. This helps identify for example, bottlenecks where Lebanese rules are obstacles to innovation, and if necessary, adapt the legal measures. I think a special focus should be placed on today's IPR system that may be an obstacle to innovation in Lebanon. My last reflection was tackled as well by the representatives of UNIDO in the first session and the colleague Dr. Dina from Sudan in the second session, relating to entrepreneurship education. My recommendation here is that at the policy level, the Lebanese Ministry of Education and Higher Education is invited to establish a consistent and continuous system of entrepreneurship education in academic schools, in vocational training programs, and for sure in the higher education system. As there is, I think, little evidence that Lebanese higher education institutions are systematically promoting and supporting entrepreneurship, except for business schools and business study programs. And our recommendation here to link it with the project objectives can be inviting ICT schools, faculties, computer engineering faculties to introduce in their curricula courses related to entrepreneurship, or as a course at the general education requirements level at the university in general. Once again, I thank all those who have taken part in today's webinar, and I look forward to seeing you all in future project events. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bassem, for your very interesting intervention, especially for the recommendation. And of course, I join your thought, especially for introducing. I think some universities have that, general education entrepreneurship courses, and of course, relevant topics for entrepreneurship, relevant topics to ICT program, whatever, computer engineering or computer science. And I think in some countries there are master degree in IT entrepreneurship. So Niboshka, as in our elegant project, where we have to enhance our IT program, I think one of the important topics to add either courses or include relevant topics in some courses, as we have seen in all the presentations today, and invite at the same time all the speakers to send us, even attendees also, to send us relevant recommendations in this regard to include in the report of this event and for our elegant project. I will move now to our colleague Jumana Durgham, Dr. Jumana Durgham from the Syndicate of Computer Science, who is working, who is IT first, and at the same time is working in computer science to have her intervention. Dr. Jumana, the floor is yours, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I will be fast in my closing note. So
meanwhile, Jumana, meanwhile, please, I invite all to turn on their camera to take some photos, please, for the documentation of our webinar. Please, all of us, please.
Okay.
You can start, Dr. Jumana.
Thank you all for your valuable presentation and for sharing your experience in such interesting topic. Entrepreneurship got its popularity a few years ago, and many universities already have degrees in entrepreneurship, and others expect to build entrepreneurship skills in their graduate. However, we all know that necessity is the mother of innovation, and that's why with COVID-19 we are seeing ambitious entrepreneurs leading the market with their new startups and with their companies and applications. So they are changing the world to a new era, relying on ICT, entrepreneurship, and AI. In today's presentation, we had talks emphasizing on some practices preparing for this new era, We did see talks and hear talks talking about the new mindset, the economy driven by the business needs, the need for a new sustainable ecosystem, and other practices were well presented. And again, we are witnessing advances in our courses, in our students, in even our kids, our son and daughter. So entrepreneurship is leading the market and the environment. So we are lucky nowadays to witness all these changes, and we have to play a big role as educators, as mentors, and as researchers and entrepreneurs. I wish that we all can contribute to this new era. And thank you for today.
Thank you, Dr. Jumana. And thank you for all the speakers. I would like to, at the end of this webinar, of course, I would like to thank the organizing committee, including, of course, myself. Professor Adel Kurdi, the Dean of Faculty of Engineering. Professor Ali Zarat, who is helping us in coordinating, since he is the Director of Entrepreneurship Center at the Beirut Arab University. Dr. Isam Damaj, and of course our colleague engineer Mustafa Al-Bizri, who did a huge job in the organization of this webinar. This is one. I would like also to thank all the speakers for all sessions, for all their contributions, and as I said, I invite them to send us their recommendations to insert in our report about the webinar, and to be useful, of course, for enhancing the IT programs in the partner universities, because also all outcomes and all deliverable for this project will be public for all higher education institutions in all partner countries, in Lebanon, in Jordan, in Croatia, as well as in, I think, Portugal and Italy, and UK. In Staffordshire University. So all the public deliverable will be available for all. So I invite you all to send us your recommendation to include inside. And also we'll share with you two main things. Also we'll share with you the video of all the presentation. We'll share you the report. And of course, we'll send you an evaluation questionnaire today, Mustafa. Today, I think we'll send you an evaluation questionnaire about the survey. Okay, many thanks again for all of you, and hoping we will continue our cooperation. Forward to see you all. Niboshka will organize next year relevant webinar for other topics, and Dr. Bassem, with the cooperation of Dr. Qaisi and Dr. Jumana, the Lebanese elegant partners. Many thanks again for all of you. Merci beaucoup. شكرا جزيلا.
Bye bye.
And all
bye. Bye.
Goodbye ورحمة الله.
يعطيكم العافية.
Merci جمانة.
الله يعافيكم.
شكرا للجميع. شكرا. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good luck to all from elegant coordination team, and I hope to see you once soon in person, not just
physically. We hope so also. We hope so. Next webinar will be face to face. Sure, inshallah.
Sure, face to face.
Many thanks.
Many thanks. Bye bye.
Bye bye.